You are lying still beneath a soft weight that holds you gently, and the room around you is quiet, not silent, but softened by time, by breath, by the slow settling of wood and fabric that has known many nights like this one. Your eyes are closed, your body relaxed, and in this space between waking and sleep, you notice the texture of the air, cool near your skin, warmer where the blankets gather close. There is no rush here, no need to name what lies beyond the darkened windows, or recall the day's end. Only this: the bed beneath you, its frame made of birch and white pine, shaped by hands long still, its surfaces worn smooth, not by polish, but by years of touch. Fingers brushing the rail as someone settled in, heels nudging the footboard when the covers grew heavy. This quiet history is based on selected sources, with some details simplified for a calm telling. You feel the shape of it beneath you, the low curve at the foot, the taller rise along each side, and above those sides, just beyond the reach of your hand, there are 3 wooden bands covered in fabric. They do not press down upon you, nor do they loom overhead like a ceiling. Instead, they rest lightly, suspended as if holding their breath alongside you. The fabric is blue, dyed with a resist technique that leaves the floral patterns raised, subtle, like shadows of petals pressed into cloth long ago. You cannot see them clearly now, not in this dimness, but you know they are there because you remember how the light once caught them, how the weave caught the sun and held it, just for a moment, before fading back into shadow. Each band is carved with pierced patterns, small, delicate openings shaped like leaves, scrolls, or the soft curl of vines that let air pass through even when the curtains are drawn. These cuts were made before the fabric was glued down, so that every curve in the cloth follows the shape beneath it, as though the wood and textile had grown together over time. The fabric does not drape loosely. It is taut, stretched across the grain of the wood, pinned at its edges with small nails whose heads are worn nearly flat by decades of dust and slow movement. Above you, embedded into each wooden band, there are tiny pulleys, no larger than your thumbnail, made of brass or iron, their surfaces dulled by age, their grooves worn smooth from countless passages of cord. These are not ornamental. They do not glitter in candlelight, nor gleam with polish. They exist only to guide, and through them runs a thin rope, Perhaps twine, perhaps cotton thread, spun tight and wound carefully around itself so that it will not fray too soon. This cord begins beneath the fabric at one end of the side cornice, where it is stitched into the hem of the curtain, then passes upward through small metal rings sewn along the back edge of the curtain in a gentle curve, rising like footsteps on a stair, each ring placed just far enough apart to allow the fabric to fold evenly when lifted. You imagine the motion not as an action you once performed, but as one that still lingers in the air around you. When morning came, someone would have stood at the foot of this bed and taken hold of the two loose ends of the cord, one on each side, and pulled gently, slowly, so that the curtains rose not with a jerk, but with a sigh, gathering into soft folds above the cornices like fabric drawn up by invisible hands. The pulleys turned without sound, their bearings oiled long ago, perhaps with lard or beeswax, and the rings slid along the cord as if they had always known this rhythm. And when night returned, the same hands would lower the curtains again, letting them fall in slow, even waves, each fold settling into place like a breath held too long, finally released. The fabric draped close to the bed's edge, not touching the floor, but hanging just above it, enough to block drafts, enough to hold warmth inside, enough to make the space around you feel enclosed, not confined, but cradled. You notice how the headboard, plain and unadorned beside these ornate cornices, bears many small nail holes in neat rows. These were not for decoration. They held a removable cloth, a headcloth, perhaps stitched of linen or wool, pinned into place to shield against chill that came from above, to soften the glare of early light, to keep dust from settling on the pillow. It was taken down each morning and folded away, never left hanging like the side curtains. Its absence now is not an error. It is simply its nature. You feel the weight of this bed's design, not as a burden, but as a quiet rhythm. Every part serves. Nothing here is wasted. The cornices are carved not for show alone, but so that light might dance through them when the curtains are drawn back. The pulleys are small because they need only turn with the lightest touch, because no one wanted to strain pulling cords at dawn or dusk. The rings curve upward because that is how fabric gathers most smoothly, without puckering or dragging. The wood is birch and pine, not oak, not walnut, not mahogany, but local, grown near the shore or in the hills of Connecticut, where trees were cut with care, dried slowly over months, joined with mortise tenon joints so tight they needed no glue to hold. The corners are squared, the edges kerfied just enough to keep from catching on blankets. This bed was built for use, not display, but its beauty came anyway, in the way the fabric stretched taut, in the way the pulleys turned without complaint, in the silence with which the curtains rose and fell. And now, here you are, lying still beneath it, aware of its presence, not as something ancient or distant, but as something that continues to hold space around you. The cords hang limp, their ends resting gently on the floor beside the bed. The pulleys wait. The cornices breathe with their pierced patterns. The blue floral fabric, faded now, but still whole, remembers how it once caught the light. You do not need to move. You do not need to recall who slept here before you. Only that this structure, this quiet, thoughtful thing of wood and thread and rope, has held warmth for centuries, and still does. The room is darkening further now, as night deepens beyond the windows, and you feel the bed beneath you settle, just slightly, as though it too has sighed into rest. You notice how the cords, though worn thin in places where fingers have brushed them for generations, still hold their strength, not frayed to breaking, but softened like linen left in sun and rain, until it becomes something gentler than it was. They rest against the floorboards, not as loose ends abandoned, but as if waiting, each one curled slightly inward, as though remembering the curve of a palm that once held them. The pulleys, small and quiet beneath their fabric veils, turn with no resistance now, their brass or iron cores dulled by time, yet still true in their balance. You imagine how they must have spun when first oiled, not with the slickness of modern grease, but with something thicker, slower, made from rendered fat or melted beeswax, pressed into the grooves with a cloth and left to seep through grain and joint until the motion became smooth as breath. The fabric on the side cornices, though faded to the color of twilight over water, still holds its pattern in quiet relief. The flowers, once vivid blue against white, now softened by sun and dust into muted petals that seem to float rather than bloom. You trace their shape with your eyes alone, not touching, knowing how delicate the glue beneath has become after 2 centuries, how easily the fabric might lift if pulled too soon, yet it remains, stretched taut over carved wood, pressed down where nails once held it in place, pinned at the corners so that when lowered, it falls without sagging, like a curtain drawn by gravity itself. You feel the absence of weight where the headcloth once hung. The nail holes are still there, small and precise, each one spaced just far enough apart to keep the cloth taut but not stretched. You imagine the texture of that cloth, perhaps coarse linen, woven with uneven threads from homespun fiber, or maybe a finer weave, spun thin by someone's careful hands and dyed with indigo or walnut hulls. It was never meant to be seen in daylight, not like these side curtains, which were part of the room's decoration, but only to shield the head from cold air that slipped down from ceiling beams, or from the sudden glare of morning sun through a window not yet shuttered. It would have been folded each dawn with care, tucked into a drawer or hung on a peg beside the bed, never left to gather dust in plain sight. The cornices themselves are carved, not deeply, but just enough so that when light passes through them, it does not strike the wall as a flat plane, but breaks into fragments, tiny stars of brightness scattered across the floor or along the edge of the mattress. You watch how the shadows move with the changing angle of the day, how one sliver might fall across your wrist at sunset, then vanish by evening, replaced by another near the foot of the bed. The patterns are not wild or chaotic. They repeat in measured arcs and curves, like waves drawn inward, or vines curling around a stem you cannot see. They were cut with a gouge, perhaps held steady by hand, guided only by experience and rhythm, not by template or compass. You think of the hands that made this, how they must have sat at a bench in a room lit by candlelight or winter sun, sawdust clinging to their sleeves, the scent of fresh-cut pine rising like smoke. They did not carve for fame, nor for ornament alone, but because every piece had its place. The mortise chambellan joints were shaped with patience, the tenons shaved thin enough to slip in without force, the mortises hollowed just deep enough so that when driven together, they held not by nails, but by pressure and grain. You feel how the bed's frame settles now, not creaking, not groaning, but breathing, as if the wood still remembers how to swell with humidity and shrink again. The rings along the curtain edge are small, no larger than your thumb's nail, made of brass or iron, bent into a gentle curve so that when the cord pulls upward, they rise in a smooth arc, not snagging, not twisting. You count them silently as you lie there. 6 on one side, 6 on the other, each one placed exactly where the fabric needs to gather most naturally. Just above the waist of the bedstead, where the weight of the curtain begins to pull downward. They do not dangle freely. They are fixed into the hem by tiny stitches, perhaps made with silk thread so fine it has since dissolved, leaving only their metal bodies anchored in place. You notice how the pulley wheels sit flush within the cornice. No protruding hub, no exposed axle, but sunk deep enough that even when the curtains are fully raised, nothing catches on a blanket or tugs at your sleeve. Their edges are rounded, not sharp, the wood around them worn smooth by countless turns of cord, as though time itself has polished them with its slow fingers. And now, in this quiet hour, the cords lie still again. The pulleys hold their silence. The fabric above you is neither drawn back nor pulled down. It rests in a middle state, half remembered, half asleep, like the moment between breaths when the body pauses before letting go. You do not reach for them. You do not need to. They are waiting, not as tools demanding use, but as part of this room's quiet pulse. The bed does not ask you to act. It only asks that you remain. The blue flowers above you breathe with the air. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, as if they still remember how to bloom. The cords, though slack now, still carry the memory of motion. Each strand threaded through ring after ring, then up into the pulley's groove, where it bends just slightly before disappearing into the wood. You feel how they lie against the floorboards, not tangled, not coiled, but laid with intention, as if laid by someone who knew the rhythm of evening and understood that a taut line at dawn must begin loose at dusk. The twine is neither coarse nor fine, but somewhere in between, worn thin in places where it has rubbed against the edge of the cornice, smoothed to a soft sheen by friction over decades of rising and falling. You trace its path with your eyes, how it exits the pulley on one side, dips down toward the bed's foot, then curves back again, meeting its twin from the opposite corner in a quiet crossing just above the mattress rail. There is no knot there, no fastening, no end tied off, but a seamless loop, continuous as breath, anchored only by weight and balance. You notice how the fabric of the curtains hangs differently along each side, not because it has stretched unevenly, but because the rings were placed with care to follow the natural curve of the body beneath. The left curtain gathers slightly higher near the shoulder, where the head rests. The right dips just a touch lower toward the hip, as if designed not for symmetry alone, but for comfort and stillness. The blue flowers are not printed, never stamped or pressed, but resist dyed, the pattern formed by wax, applied with a tool no larger than a quill's tip, dipped into hot resin and drawn across the cloth before it was submerged in indigo vats. You imagine how the wax hardened under the sun, sealing off those areas from color, so that when the fabric was rinsed and dried, the blooms appeared like memories of light. White petals preserved against a deepening blue. The dye has faded, but not uniformly. The side nearest the window is lighter now, where sunlight passed through uncurtained for hours in summer afternoons, while the inner edge remains richer, as if it still holds the depth of night. The fabric clings slightly to itself, not from dampness, nor from age alone, but because the threads were spun with a twist that remembers tension. You can see how the weave has settled into its own shape over time. The verticals and horizontals relaxing into gentle waves, as though the cloth had learned to breathe on its own. It does not rustle when air moves. It sighs. And when you lift your hand slightly toward it, even without touching, you feel how the fabric responds, not with a snap or flutter, but with a slow yielding, like skin adjusting to warmth. The pulley wheels are not perfectly round. None of them are. Each has its own small irregularity. A bump here, a flat spot there, worn by the same cord turning again and again in the same direction. You watch how, when the wind moves through the room's open window, a rare thing now, with the season deepening, the cords tremble just enough to make the pulleys turn half a rotation, then settle once more. It is not noise you hear, but the absence of it. the silence after movement, the space left behind by motion that has passed without disturbance. The cornice at the foot is narrower than those on either side, its carved pattern smaller, more compact, as if meant for closer inspection, or perhaps because less fabric needed to be held there. The flowers here are clustered tighter, their stems overlapping in a way that suggests they were drawn from memory rather than copied. A hand recalling the shape of a bloom seen once, long ago, near a window, by lantern light. You wonder whether the maker paused then, just for a moment, before carving, the pause before the gouge bit deep, and whether they thought of someone who would one day lie beneath this frame, eyes closed, listening to silence. You notice how the fabric along the headpiece's edge is different, slightly thinner, less stiff, with small tears near the nails, repaired with threads so fine you might miss them if you weren't still.
The headcloth was removed long ago, perhaps for washing, or because it had worn through, and now only the nail holes remain, 19 in a gentle curve along the top rail, each one surrounded by a faint halo of pressure where the wood compressed beneath the weight of cloth pulled taut night after night. You count them again, not to measure, but to feel the rhythm of their spacing. Uneven, yes, but not careless. Each hole is placed where the fabric needed to hold, where the pull would be strongest, where the weight of folded linen might settle without sagging. The cords, still and quiet now, lie in pools of shadow beneath the bedstead's frame, where dust has gathered in thin layers over time, not thick with neglect, but settled as if by choice. You do not think of cleaning them. You do not feel the need to disturb what has found its rest. The pulleys hold their place without effort. The rings remember their path. The fabric still carries the shape of last night's lowering. And now, in this deepening hush, you realize that the bed does not ask for your presence. It simply allows it. It does not claim to have been made for you, nor does it pretend to wait. It only exists. Carved, stitched, nailed, looped, and hung, with all its parts moving together as they always have, in a rhythm older than any name or hand that touched it. You close your eyes again, not because you are tired, but because the quiet has become too heavy with meaning to hold open. The cornices above you still breathe. You notice how the cords, though thin, have never frayed at their knots. Their twists are tight enough to hold without strain, each loop a quiet anchor where the rope finds its rest.
The ends of the twine lie just beyond the footrail, tucked beneath the frame's overhang, as if they were placed there deliberately and never moved since. You do not reach for them. You know they would feel cool, slightly rough with age, but still supple. never brittle, never stiffened by time into something unyielding. Their surface carries a sheen now, not from polish or oil, but from repeated friction against the pulley's edge, smoothed over years of motion, so gentle it left no mark except this quiet gloss. You imagine how, when the curtains were drawn each morning, the fingers that pulled must have moved slowly, not in haste, but with care, as if the rhythm itself mattered more than the result. The pull would begin at one side, then the other, tugging just enough to lift the fabric into its gathered folds, never jerking, never yanking, because the system, though simple, was not meant for force. It was meant for patience. The rings along the curtain's back edge are small brass circles, each no wider than a thumbprint, and they hang in a curve that follows the contour of the cornice above. You trace their path with your eyes. How? They rise gently from the foot toward the center, then dip slightly before rising again near the head. This is not accidental. It suggests the maker understood how fabric would drape when lifted. Not flat, not stiff, but with a soft arch that mimicked the natural fall of a shoulder or the curve of a cheek against a pillow. The rings are not all identical. Two have a tiny dent near their rim, as if dropped once on a stone floor, and one has a faint scratch along its inner edge where the cord may have caught for a moment too long, yet they still turn freely. They do not catch. They do not cling. You wonder whether that small imperfection was noticed at the time, or whether it simply became part of how the curtain moved. Accept it as another note in the quiet song of morning. The fabric on the side cornices has faded unevenly, one panel lighter near the window where sunlight touched it for hours each day, while the opposite side remains deeper blue, untouched by light's slow erosion. The floral pattern is still clear in places, a bloom with 5 rounded petals, its center a tight cluster like a bud held too long before opening. You see how the resist dye did not penetrate every thread equally. Some fibers hold more color than others, creating a subtle texture beneath your gaze, as if the cloth itself remembered where it was pressed against the carving block during its making. The pattern repeats, but never exactly. The hand that printed it knew repetition without sameness. You feel how the fabric has softened over time, not through washing perhaps, but through touch, through fingers brushing it in the dark, through sleeves catching on its edge as someone turned towards sleep, through breath rising and falling against its surface, night after night. The cornices themselves are carved with a precision that does not shout. The pierced patterns are shallow, not deep enough to catch dust or trap moisture, but enough to cast delicate shadows when light fell across them. You imagine the maker holding the gouge in one hand, steadying the wood with the other, working slowly under lamplight, watching how each cut changed the way the grain responded, the birch yielding differently than the pine. The patterns are not geometric, they are organic, loops that suggest vines, spirals like unspooled thread, small rosettes that might be flowers or stars, depending on the angle of gaze. They do not tell a story. They do not claim meaning. They simply are ornament without declaration, beauty without demand. You feel how the wood beneath the fabric has settled into its own quiet rhythm. The joints at the corners, the mortise and tenon are still tight, though you know the glue long since dried and crumbled away. The wood holds because it remembers how to fit. There is no wobble in the frame when you breathe near it. There is only stillness, deep and certain. The nails that once held the curtains are gone now, but their holes remain. Small, dark mouths where fabric was pinned, pulled, repinned, perhaps again and again over decades. You do not imagine threads being cut or replaced. You imagine someone reaching up in dim light to adjust a fold that had slipped too far down. Fingers fumbling slightly before finding the edge, smoothing it gently back into place. The pulley wheels are set just deep enough so their rims kiss the cord without squeezing it. There is no metal bearing inside them, only wood on wood, turned smooth by time and motion. You can see how each wheel has its own grain direction, aligned not for strength, but for ease. The way a carpenter might choose a piece of wood because it felt right in the hand, not because it was the strongest. One pulley near the head has a slight tilt to its axle, so subtle you'd miss it unless you were watching for it. But it does not hinder movement. It only changes the sound. When the cord pulls, that one wheel hums just once. low and soft, like the sigh of an old door closing after someone has left the room. You do not know who placed their hands on these ropes first. You do not need to. What matters is that they did, not in grand gestures, but in small, quiet acts. Lifting the curtain before dawn, letting it fall when night came again. And now, this same motion lives still in the way the cords hang, in the angle of each ring, in the slow settling of fabric over wood, in the silence between movement and rest. You close your eyes once more, not because you are tired, but because the quiet has become a kind of language, one that does not need to be spoken aloud. The bed does not ask for understanding. It only asks for presence. And here, now, you give it simply by being still, simply by breathing with the same rhythm as the air that moves across its surface. The fabric above you holds the shape of last night's lowering. You feel it in your chest, the weight of something held, then released again and again, without complaint. The cords hang loosely now, neither taut nor slack, a balance preserved by years of gentle tension, never yanked, never left to dangle without purpose. You watch how they rest against the wood, where each strand has worn a faint groove into the surface beneath, not deep enough to be felt with your fingertips, but visible in the way the light catches it, like a whisper pressed into skin. The rope is not new. It is not even old in the way we think of age. It is simply used, softened by repeated passage through pulley and ring, each fiber loosened just enough to yield without breaking. You imagine its weight when pulled, not heavy, but substantial enough to move fabric, not enough to strain the wood. There is no knot at the end, only a slow fraying that curves upward as if the cord had learned to lift itself slightly before letting go. You feel how the rings, small and iron, curve inward like clasped hands. They are not polished smooth. There are faint ridges where they were once hammered into place, but each one has been worn thin by the friction of twine sliding over its edge. You trace their shape with your mind, a narrow loop, slightly flattened on one side from constant motion, as if each pull had tilted them just enough to find their resting angle. They rise in a gentle arc along the back of the curtain, spaced just far enough apart so that when lowered, the fabric folds evenly No bunching, no drag. You imagine how they caught on the cord at first. New, stiff, perhaps a little resistant until the fibers had learned to slip. Now they move without resistance, as if remembering what was asked of them. The curtain fabric itself is still draped low, its weight resting gently against the bed's edge. It does not touch the floor. It never did, but hovers just above it, leaving space for air to pass beneath. The blue resist pattern, faded now but still present, holds its floral forms in quiet repetition. Blooms that open wide as if caught mid-bloom. Stems that curve like breath held too long. Leaves that curl at their edges as though touched by morning dew. You do not see the dye's origin, the madder root, the indigo vat, but you feel how it settled into the weave over time, clinging to the cotton more deeply than surface stains ever could. There are no stains of sweat or oil, no darkened patches where hands rested too long, only the even softening of repeated washing, the fabric growing lighter with each immersion. Its colors not lost, but diffused, like a memory held gently in the hand. You notice how the edges where it was nailed have curled slightly upward, not from decay, but from release. The nails are gone, yes, but the cloth remembers their pressure. It lifts just enough at the corners to let air slip beneath, as if breathing on its own. You imagine someone reaching up each evening, fingers brushing along that edge before pulling the cord, a small ritual of adjustment, not necessity. A hand smoothing the fabric into place, not because it was askew, but because comfort is often made in these tiny corrections. A fold aligned, a crease softened, a corner drawn just so. The pulley wheels turn without sound now, but you know they still can. You feel the ghost of their motion in your own breath. The same slow rise and fall that once moved the curtain, inch by inch, as if time itself were pulling the cord. There is no need to pull it anymore, but you sense how easily it could be done, how simply. One hand, a gentle tug upward, and the fabric would begin its ascent, not with a rush, but with patience. Each ring sliding along the rope like beads on a string that has learned its own rhythm. You do not imagine someone doing it tonight. You do not need to. The mechanism is still here, waiting, not for action, but for attention. It does not demand use. It only asks that you acknowledge its quiet function, how warmth was gathered, how privacy was woven into the air around a bed, how light was kept out and stillness was made intentional. The headpiece's nail holes remain, many of them arranged in 2 parallel rows, spaced as evenly as footsteps along a path. They are not random. Each one is placed with care, small, precise, shallow enough to hold fabric without tearing it. You do not know if the cloth above them was sheer or thick, patterned or plain, but you know it was there, held by nails that have long since vanished, leaving behind their ghostly marks like constellations. Only the wood remembers. The cornices themselves are still whole, their curves unbroken, their ends meeting cleanly at the corners where mortise and tenon hold fast. You feel how they were meant to be seen from above, not as structural elements, but as frames for light and shadow. The fabric stretched over them does not hide the carving, it reveals it. When curtains are drawn back, the pierced patterns catch what little sun enters the room, casting lace-like shadows on the sheets below. You do not imagine the curtains ever being removed for washing. You imagine them being shaken out, held by 2 hands at either end, lifted slightly to let dust fall away, then lowered again with care. The fabric did not go into a tub. It did not hang in sun or wind. It simply rested, breathed, and waited for night, for morning, for the quiet pull of rope. And now you rest too, not because you must, but because this stillness has become its own kind of comfort. The bed does not ask you to sleep. It only asks that you be here, as it has been, patient, steady, holding space without needing to fill it. The cords sway just slightly in the draft from the window, not enough to move the curtains, but enough to remind you they are still there, still ready, still waiting. The ropes lie coiled just beyond the footboard, slack but never tangled. Each strand worn smooth by years of handling, their fibers softened by time rather than frayed by force. You do not reach for them, but you feel their presence like a quiet hum beneath your fingertips, as if the air itself remembers the pressure of fingers winding and releasing. The pulleys are small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, yet they hold the weight of fabric that once draped the bed like a second skin, thick with gathered dusk, heavy with the slow breath of night. They turn without resistance now, their brass centers dulled by dust, but not by neglect. The wood around them is still true, the grain running parallel to the pole, as if the tree knew, long before it was cut, that its limbs would one day guide motion in silence. You imagine the cords passing through each ring, not tightly bound, but loosely threaded, allowing for slight movement with every shift of the body beneath. There is no knot at the end, no latch, just a gentle tapering of twine, knotted only once, long ago, to keep it from slipping entirely away. You do not know if that knot was tied by hand or by tool, but you feel its purpose. Restraint without rigidity. It does not lock. It holds. Like breath held just before sleep, the fabric over the side cornices still clings slightly where moisture once lingered, not dampness from rain, nor sweat from skin, but the slow condensation of evening air settling between wool and cotton, caught in folds as the room cooled. The blue floral pattern has faded at the edges, not by sun, but by touch. The constant brushing of sleeves, the grazing of a shoulder as someone sat to tie their shoes, or leaned back to rest their head before pulling the curtains shut. There is no sign of stitching repairs, no patches, only the slow surrender of dye to time. You do not think about who pulled these cords first. You only feel how they still respond, not with resistance, but with a yielding grace, as though the mechanism has learned patience from being used so gently for so long. Each pulley wheel turns on its own axis without creaking, not because it is oiled now, but because it was never forced. The rope does not fray against the wood. The rings do not grind. There is no strain in their design, only alignment, a harmony between weight and motion, between fabric and frame. The headpiece remains bare of cloth, yet its nail holes still hold the memory of drape. 2 rows, evenly spaced, each hole a tiny crater worn into the pine by repeated pressure. You trace them with your eyes, not with fingers, not with need, but as one might follow the path of stars across an old ceiling. There is no pattern to their arrangement beyond function, enough to hold fabric taut without pulling it thin. No ornamentation, no flourish, just precision made quiet. You wonder whether the cloth above was white or cream, perhaps dyed faintly with walnut husks or indigo, something that would darken slowly in shadow and brighten just slightly when morning light touched its surface. You do not know if it had fringe or tassels or embroidery, but you sense how it moved, not as a curtain pulled sharply closed, but as something lowered slowly, deliberately, like the closing of eyes after a long day. The cornices themselves are cool to the touch, even now, though they have been still for centuries. Their carved patterns, delicate enough to be seen only when light catches them just right, are not meant for decoration alone. They are air holes disguised as design, tiny openings that let breath pass through the fabric without letting in drafts. When curtains were drawn at night, these pierced shapes became lanterns of warmth, holding heat close while still allowing moisture to escape. The wood beneath held no dampness because it was never sealed, never painted over, never varnished into silence. It breathed as the fabric breathed. You feel the curve of the foot cornice against your bare heel as you shift slightly under the covers. Not because it presses, but because its shape is familiar now. Even though you have never lain here before, the wood remembers the weight that once settled upon it, and in turn, holds space for yours. The ropes do not move unless touched, but they are ready, always ready. Like a sigh held just beneath the surface of sleep, waiting to be released, but content to wait. You feel the absence of tension in the ropes, not slackness, but a quiet equilibrium, as though they have settled into their own stillness after centuries of motion. They lie draped over the pulleys like sleepers who have forgotten how to stir. Each strand softened by time into something more thread than cord, yet still strong enough to hold. There is no knot at the ends, only the gentle tapering where the fibers fray slightly against the wood's edge. Worn smooth, not by friction, but by repetition. 1,000 lowering motions, 1,000 slow releases, all absorbed into the grain without resistance. The pulleys themselves are small enough to fit between your thumb and forefinger. Carved from turned maple, their surfaces unpolished yet perfectly round. Each groove for the rope worn just deep enough to cradle it. Not tight, not loose, but held as a hand might hold a child's fingers when walking through a quiet street at dusk. You do not see the axle, but you imagine its pin, perhaps brass or iron, rusted now to the color of dried earth, still turning with no sound because nothing was ever forced upon it. The fabric on the foot cornice is narrower than the sides, yet its pattern remains intact. Blue blossoms curling around, stems that twist like slow breaths rising from a kettle left too long on the hearth. The resist-dyed process left faint halos where the wax once blocked color, and those halos now glow with a soft opacity, as if light passes through them differently than through the rest of the cloth. You do not know how many times this fabric was washed, perhaps in rainwater gathered from the eaves, perhaps stirred by hand in a wooden basin set near the window. But you sense its endurance. No shrinking, no tearing, no unraveling at the seams where it met the wood. It was glued, not stitched, with something thick and slow drying, made from animal hide or plant starch, applied with a brush that left faint ridges beneath the surface, now hidden under layers of dust and the ghost of lavender sachets, long turned to powder. The cornice's carved edges still catch the smallest shadow when light touches them, just so. Not for beauty alone, but because the patterns were cut deep enough to let air pass even when the curtain hung low, keeping the space beneath from becoming heavy with the scent of wool and skin. You notice how the rings, small brass perhaps, or iron, that has darkened into near black, are spaced in a gentle arc along the back of each curtain panel, not aligned strictly by measure, but by feel, close enough at the center to lift smoothly, far enough apart at the edges so the fabric doesn't bunch or cling. Each ring is pierced with a single hole, and through that hole runs the cord. Threaded once, never knotted, tied only by its own weight and friction against the pulley's curve. There is no sign of wear on the rings themselves. Not scratches from nails, not dents from tugging. Only a uniform patina, as though they were handled with care,
even in haste.
You imagine how the cord passed through them each night, fingers finding the loose end, pulling gently until the fabric began to rise, folding into soft pleats above the head and foot, gathering like clouds drawn back by an unseen wind. And then, when the room darkened and the air turned cool, the same hands would let go, slowly, and watch as the cloth descended, not falling but settling, as if it had been waiting to return. The cornices are joined at the corners with mortised and tended, each joint so precise that no glue has seeped out over time. The wood swelled and shrank around them in winter and summer, yet never split. You trace their alignment with your gaze, where side meets head, where side meets foot, each joint a hidden hinge of patience. There is no metal fastener, no screw, no nail to hold the structure together beyond the logic of the wood itself, and still it holds. Not because it was nailed down or bolted in place, but because every piece was shaped to fit another, and every curve remembered its purpose. You feel the slight hollow beneath your palm as you rested on the side cornice. Not a dent from pressure, but the natural concavity of grain that has bent inward over decades of weight, like the curve of a spine after years of bearing something steady and unspoken. The ropes do not hang straight. They dip slightly where they meet the pulleys, as though remembering their last pull, and still they are taut enough to respond if you were to lift them now. Not with sudden motion, but with the same quiet yielding you felt earlier. A breath held, then slowly released. There is no mechanism here that demands action. No spring, no latch, no lock, just wood and fiber and gravity, working together as they always have, waiting, not commanding. You do not need to pull them to know how they work. You only need to be still enough to feel their presence, not as objects, but as quiet companions in the dark. The headpiece remains empty, its nail holes lined like silent verses on a page no one reads anymore. 2 rows, each with 8 or 9 punctures, no more, no less. The cloth that once filled them was not heavy. It did not drag. It was light enough to lift easily, yet thick enough to hold warmth when drawn close. You imagine its edge brushing the top of your forehead as you lay there, just above your eyes. Not a barrier, but an embrace. And now, even without it, the space where it hung still holds the shape of its absence, a gentle hollow in the air like the memory of a voice that once whispered at night and has since turned to silence. You do not know if it was washed often. You do not know how many hands pulled these chords before yours, but you feel the rhythm they left behind, not in sound, but in stillness. The bed does not ask for anything. It only waits for breath, for weight, for the quiet surrender of night. And when you close your eyes now, it is there, not as a thing to be used, but as something that has already done its work. You feel the coolness of the wood beneath your fingertips, not from lack of warmth, but from its quiet resistance to holding heat, like stone left in shadow long after the sun has moved. The cornices do not glow. They do not shimmer. They simply are, their surface smoothed by time into a texture that remembers every brush of linen, every passing sleeve, every careless elbow resting too long against the edge. The fabric stretched over them has faded where light once touched it, softly, unevenly, as though the sun had paused each morning to linger just long enough to leave a whisper behind. It is not patchy, not worn through, but gently thinned in places, as if the pattern had been breathed upon for years, until the blue grew lighter than memory. The pulleys are small, no larger than your thumb joint, their rims worn smooth where the cord has turned again and again. There is no grease on them now, nor any trace of oil that may have once kept them turning without sound. Yet they still turn easily, silently, as though they never needed anything but time to teach themselves how to move. The twine that runs through them is not new. It has darkened with dust and the slow oxidation of air. Its fibers tangled slightly where knots were tied long ago and never undone. You imagine it passing over the pulleys each evening, not pulled taut in urgency, but guided as one might guide a child's hand towards sleep, and how it would settle into its own rhythm, looping gently around itself when left alone. The rings attached to the curtains are made of brass, small and unadorned, bent just slightly at their base, where they were hammered onto the fabric's edge. They do not shine. They have no polish to speak of, but they catch the dimmest light in a way that makes them seem alive when the room is nearly dark, as if each one holds a sliver of something once brighter, now buried beneath layers of stillness. The cords pass through these rings in a curve that rises toward the center of the bed, as though the fabric were being drawn upward by an invisible hand, not to reveal, but to cradle. You notice how the weight of the cloth pulls them into a soft arc, not straight, never taut, and how that arc changes with the season. Tighter when the air is dry and brittle, looser in damp weather, as if the curtains themselves were breathing. There is no fringe on the curtains now. None was ever sewn. The edges are finished with a narrow hem, folded twice, stitched by hand with thread so fine it has nearly dissolved into the fabric over time. You trace the edge with your eyes. The stitches are small and even, but not perfectly uniform. Some slightly looser, some tighter, as if made in moments of quiet focus, interrupted now and then by a pause, a breath, a thought that wandered beyond the work. The pattern on the cloth still holds its shape where it has been protected from the folds of daily raising, from the weight of night's pressure, from the slow erosion of dust and handling. The flowers remain whole in places, their centers still dark, their petals still curved as if caught mid-bloom. Elsewhere, they have blurred into one another, colors bleeding gently where moisture once touched them. Perhaps a drop of rain that slipped through an open window. Perhaps a tear shed long ago, unspoken. The headpiece, though bare now, holds the memory of cloth in its alignment. The nail holes are not random. They follow a pattern. One row slightly higher than the other, spaced just wide enough to allow the fabric to drape without pulling at the wood. You imagine how it hung, not pinned tightly, but allowed to fall, soft as a sigh, just beyond the edge of the pillow. It would have brushed your cheek when you turned, not enough to wake you, only enough to remind you that something was there, surrounding you, holding space. There is no sign of tassels or fringe on the headcloth's lower edge, no embroidery, no lace, just plain fabric, perhaps linen, perhaps cotton, stitched at the corners to keep it from slipping off the nails. You do not know how often it was changed. You do not know if it was washed in spring or tucked away for winter, but you feel its absence as a shape, a hollow where warmth once pooled, where the quietest kind of comfort lived, not because it was ornate, but because it was always there and never demanded notice. The cords, when left still, hang at just the right length to touch your knee if you were lying down, no more, no less. They do not dangle loosely, they do not coil, they rest, as though waiting, not for you to pull them, but for you to remember that they are there. You feel their presence even when you close your eyes. A slight tension in the air, like the faintest hum of a string barely touched. And now, as night deepens and the room grows heavier with quiet, you sense how this bed does not sleep. It watches, not with eyes, but with stillness. It remembers every pull, every release, every slow lowering of cloth that came before yours. And it holds those moments gently, not as relics, but as rhythms, woven into its wood and fiber, like the grain in birch, like the weave in cotton. You do not need to move. You do not need to reach for anything. The bed is already doing what it was made for, and you are already where you belong. The cords, when still, rest against your leg, not resting as if abandoned, but as if they have learned the shape of your presence, settling into the curve of your knee, like breath held just long enough to be gentle. They do not tug or slip. Their tension is soft, deliberate, a quiet balance between weight and lift. You feel how each strand has worn differently. Some smoother, where fingers have passed over them again and again. Others slightly roughened, where they brushed against the edge of the bedpost, catching just once in a grain of wood that never quite smoothed out. The pulleys, small and dark with age, turn without sound when moved, not because they are perfectly made, but because they were never meant to be loud. Their brass fittings have dulled into a gray haze, not from neglect, but from the slow, patient touch of cloth and hand. Over decades, you imagine how they turned in summer evenings, when the air was thick with the scent of cut grass outside, or in winter mornings, when frost clung to the window panes and the room held its breath before the fire was lit. The rings along the curtain's edge are not all identical. Some have a slight bend where they were pulled too hard once long ago. Others sit perfectly straight as if untouched by haste. They catch the light faintly now when the moon slips through the curtains and spills silver across the floor. Not because they shine, but because their metal still remembers how to reflect what it has known. You trace their path with your mind. Each one follows a gentle arc, rising from the foot of the bed toward the head, as if the fabric were climbing slowly into sleep, step by quiet step. The twine that threads through them does not fray at the ends. It is tied in small, tight knots, slipped and pressed flat against the wood beneath the cornice. So, no loose end ever dangles where it might catch on a foot or brush against skin in the dark. You notice how the fabric of the curtains has settled into the shape of its own movement. It does not hang straight. It curves slightly inward near the center, as though drawn by some unseen hand each night. Pulled gently toward the bed's hollow, where warmth gathers and lingers. The folds are never sharp. They have softened with time. The creases deepened not by iron or press, but by repetition, by the same motion repeated in silence, over and over, until even cloth learned patience. The cornices themselves hold the memory of their own carving. The pierced patterns, once bright with paint or gilding, now bare beneath the blue cotton. You can still see where the knife slipped just slightly in one corner, leaving a shallow groove that catches dust like a whisper caught between syllables. The fabric was not stretched taut over this wood. It was laid gently, glued along the edges, then pressed down with something soft, a cloth perhaps, or the palm of a hand worn smooth from years of work. There are no staples, no nails through the textile, only adhesive and time holding it in place. And yet, despite that gentleness, the fabric has held. It has not peeled at the corners, nor cracked along the carved edges. It has simply aged, like skin that knows how to endure. You feel how the pulleys are set just low enough so that when you reach for the cords, your hand does not have to lift, only extend slightly, as if the bed We're offering them, not demanding them. The rope is neither coarse nor fine. It is in between, spun from something natural. Perhaps flax or hemp, twisted tightly enough to hold weight without biting into skin. It has absorbed the oils of many hands, and now it smells faintly of old wood and dried lavender, though no lavender was ever placed here. Only the scent that lingers when cloth is stored in quiet rooms for long years. The headpiece's nail holes still follow their pattern, one row higher than the other, spaced with care. You do not know why they were arranged this way, only that they were. The fabric that once hung there would have fallen just past your shoulder, not covering your face, but framing it like a soft border to sleep. It would have brushed your ear when you turned, not enough to wake you, only enough to remind you that the space around you was contained, held, cared for in its own quiet way. And now, as the night thickens and the room grows deeper still, the bed does not ask you to do anything. It does not urge you to pull the cords, nor to adjust the curtains, nor to settle into its shape. It simply waits with all the patience of wood that has stood through seasons, with all the stillness of fabric that has known more nights than fingers can count. You are not sleeping yet, but you are already held. The cords rest just beyond the reach of your fingertips when you lie still, close enough to find without moving your arm, far enough that lifting your hand feels like a choice, not a necessity. You let them be. They do not tremble. They do not sway. The pulleys, small and smooth beneath their wood caps, hold the tension as if they have never known anything else but this quiet balance. Each twist of rope aligned with the next, each ring seated just so against the curve of the curtain's hem, as though gravity itself had been asked to pause for a moment and consider the weight of stillness. The fabric at the foot of the bed is slightly heavier where it gathers in the corner, not from dirt or damp, but from the slow settling of countless nights when the curtains were drawn closed and left undisturbed until morning's first light touched the floorboards. There is no crease there that does not belong to another hand, another breath, another hour spent beneath its fold. You imagine the motion, not as an action performed, but as a rhythm repeated, the gentle tug, the soft resistance of fabric gliding through rings, the faint click of wood against wood as the pulley turns just enough to release a fraction more slack. It is not loud. It is not meant to be heard. You trace with your mind the path the twine takes, not in lines or arrows, but in sensation. How it slips between two fingers when pulled. How it lies flat along the edge of the cornice before climbing upward, then dips again, where it meets the next ring, rising like a slow tide just below the carved pattern. The blue cotton is not uniform in its wear. The floral motif near the center has faded more than at the edges, as though the light that entered this room during daylight hours found its way through the curtains and settled unevenly over time, leaving behind only memory of color. You do not know if the sun came from the east or the west, only that it passed through here, and the cloth remembered it in subtle shifts. The carved patterns on the cornices are shallow, deep enough to cast a shadow when light falls across them, but not so deep as to catch lint or thread. The wood beneath the fabric has softened with age, its grain now more felt than seen, smoothed by years of dust, settling into the recesses before being brushed away again. There is no varnish left, not even a trace, and yet the surface does not feel dry. It feels lived in, as if the oil from countless hands that once adjusted these curtains has seeped into the wood and become part of its substance. You imagine the touch, how it would have been slow at first, uncertain, then familiar, then automatic. A hand sliding along the edge before turning away, not because it needed to, but because it always had. The headpiece's nail holes are arranged in two staggered rows, the upper row slightly curved, as if following the natural arch of a shoulder when lying back. The lower row straighter, perhaps meant for the hem of a cloth that would fall just above the pillow's edge. There is no fabric there now, only the faintest impression left behind. Tiny indentations in the wood where nails once held something soft, something that moved with every turn of the head, something that framed the quiet space between breaths. You do not wonder what color it was or whether it matched the curtains, only that it existed long enough to be noticed, long enough to be removed, and now long enough to have become a shape in wood alone. The ropes do not knot at the ends. They are secured with loops tied around small wooden pegs set into the side rails, just above where your feet would rest if you were lying down. The pegs are worn smooth, not polished, but worn, as though they had been turned again and again by fingers seeking the right tension, adjusting the curtains for warmth in winter or letting them rise higher when the air grew thick with summer heat. There is no sign of fraying, no unraveling, just the same steady thickness, unchanged since the day it was first threaded through the pulleys. You think of how this system never required strength to operate, only patience. A slight pull held for a breath, then released. The curtains would rise without haste, folding into themselves like petals closing at dusk. They did not snap or spring back. There were no springs here, no mechanisms to be wound or reset, only gravity and cloth and rope working in quiet concert. And when lowered again, they did not fall abruptly. They settled as if the air itself had slowed just long enough for them to find their place. The blue cotton still holds its shape, not rigidly, but with a kind of memory. You can feel it in your mind, how the fabric would have draped over the curves of the cornice, how the flowers bloomed across its surface, not as decoration alone, but as a kind of quiet companion to sleep. Each petal and leaf a small anchor for the A when darkness came, offering something familiar even in silence. You do not need to see it now to know it was there. You only need to remember how stillness can hold things together, not by force, but by time. The ropes lie slack now, but you can still sense their weight. How they once stretched taut between the pulleys and the pegs. How each strand held its place without protest, neither stretching nor shrinking with the seasons. There is no scent left in them, not of beeswax, not of wool grease, not even the faintest trace of lavender or cedar that might have been rubbed into them long ago. Yet they do not smell of dust either. They simply are, unaltered by time's attempt to erase them, unchanged by neglect. You imagine the way the fibers would have felt under your fingertips, not rough, not smooth, but just right for gripping without slipping, for pulling with a quiet rhythm that matched the rise and fall of breath. The pulleys turn easily in their housings, though they are made of wood, not metal. They have no bearings, no ball races, only the slow, patient rotation of grain against grain, worn smooth by countless loops of twine sliding through them like water over stone. You do not hear them now, but you remember how they must have whispered when first used. A soft, dry sigh as the curtains began to lift, a hush that followed each movement until silence settled again. The rings are small, brass-plated iron, perhaps, or simply painted iron. No mark remains to say for certain. They curve gently upward along the edge of the curtain fabric, spaced just far enough apart so that, when pulled, the cloth would fold into even pleats without bunching or pulling too tightly at one point. You can trace their path in your mind, each ring catching on the rope as it passed through, sliding without friction, guided only by the angle of pull and the weight of the fabric itself. There is no clink when they move, no metallic tap against wood, and yet you know they must have made a sound, faint but present, like the rustle of paper turned slowly in an empty room. You do not imagine them jingling or chime-like, only that they moved with certainty, each one knowing its place in the sequence, each one carrying its share of the curtain's burden without complaint. The fabric beneath the cornices is pinned, not sewn, not stitched, but secured by tiny iron nails, driven just deep enough to hold without tearing. You can feel where the fabric has pulled away slightly over time, where the wood has warped minutely and the nails have loosened their grip. The blue cotton still clings in places, its pattern half remembered, the blooms large enough to be seen from across the room, but not so bold as to distract in the dim glow of candlelight. You do not see them clearly now, but you know how they would have appeared when first hung, vivid against the pale wood, their petals thick with dye, their stems curving like vines drawn by hand.
The resist technique left some areas lighter than others, not faded, but layered with shadows within the pattern that gave depth to what might otherwise have been flat. You think of how this fabric would have softened over months, the sun bleaching it slightly where the curtains were open. the air carrying dust into its weave until even the brightest blues took on a gentle haze. You do not know if the curtain rods were ever removed for washing, or if they were left in place and the fabric pulled down to be laundered separately. You only know that the nails remain, their heads small and flat, pressed flush with the wood so as not to catch on the cloth as it moved. The cornices themselves are hollow beneath. The carved patterns are shallow, yes, but also cut through entirely in places, leaving tiny openings where light might have filtered down at dawn, casting delicate lace like shadows across the bedclothes below. You imagine how that light would have felt, cool and quiet, as it traced the curve of a shoulder or fell across folded hands, a pattern of petals and leaves moving slowly as the sun climbed. The headpiece's nail holes are not random. They follow a gentle arc, rising slightly toward the center, as if designed to hold a cloth that would gather softly over the pillow's crown. There is no evidence of tassels or fringe, no stitching marks beyond the nails themselves. The cloth was plain, perhaps linen, perhaps cotton, but it did not drape loosely. It was held just enough to stay in place without being stretched tight. You think of how a sleeper might have brushed against it in sleep. The weight of an arm settling into its edge, or the slow shift of a head turning over, and how that cloth would have yielded slightly, giving way with the quietest resistance, like air holding its breath before letting go. The ropes end at those pegs, not tied in knots, but looped and tucked beneath themselves, held by friction alone. You can see where the wood has darkened around each peg from repeated contact, the same spot touched again and again, day after day, year after year, until the grain absorbed the oils of countless hands that never thought to count how many times they had done this thing. Pull, pause, release, and when the curtains were lowered at night, they did not drop. They settled, not with a sigh, but with stillness. The fabric folded into itself in slow, even waves, each pleat finding its place as if it had always known where to go. There was no hurry, no need for haste. The night came slowly anyway, and so the curtains followed suit. You feel how the air moves differently now, near the bed, how it seems to pool just beneath the cornices, held there by the shape of the wood and the memory of cloth that
once filled the space above. Even without fabric, even without ropes pulled taut, even without anyone lying here, you still sense its presence, not as a ghost, but as a quiet promise that something made for rest can outlast those who used it, not because it was grand, but because it was gentle. The ropes, when slack, hang just barely off the pegs, not dangling freely, but resting in the slight hollow where the wood curves inward, as if shaped by time to cradle them. You watch how they lie there, thin and worn smooth, their fibers fraying only at the very tips, like threads pulled gently from a seam over many years. They do not coil or tangle, they simply rest, coiled in their own stillness, each strand remembering the rhythm of motion without needing to move again. You think how the pulleys, tiny and unremarkable, turn with no sound, not because they are silent by design, but because they have been oiled so often that the oil has seeped into the grain of the wood itself, filling every microscopic gap until metal and timber speak in one voice. There is no creak when they move, no squeak to wake a sleeper, only the faintest whisper of fiber against fiber as the curtain lifts. You notice how the rings, though small, are not uniform, each one bent slightly differently where it was crimped onto the fabric's edge. Some lean inward, others tilt outward, as if each had been attached by a different hand, or perhaps by the same hands at different times of day. Morning light versus candle glow. When fingers were colder, slower, more deliberate, the fabric between them is taut in places, soft elsewhere, not because it has stretched unevenly, but because it was gathered just enough to allow movement without pulling too hard on the nails that hold it. You imagine how those rings must have slid along the rope with each lift and lowering, not sliding freely, not catching, but gliding with a quiet resistance, like breath held between two lips. The cornices, though carved, do not catch the fabric as it moves. The patterns are too shallow, too open. The petals and leaves cut through in such a way that even when the cloth is pulled tight against them, it does not snag. There is no tearing, no fraying, at the edges where the design turns inward. You think how this must have been planned, not by accident, but with care for durability. The wood was chosen not just for strength, but for its grain. Birch and pine together, one dense, the other yielding, so that when the curtain tugged against the carved edge, the fibers gave slightly rather than splintered. You feel how the surface beneath your fingers, if you could reach, would be cool and smooth, worn not by sanding, but by years of cloth brushing over it, day after day, in the same slow motion. There is no trace of adhesive left on the wood where the fabric was glued, yet you know it was there. Not thick or sticky, but thin and even, a layer so fine that it held without stiffening, allowing the fabric to drape naturally while remaining fixed at its edge. You imagine how it must have smelled when first applied, not sharp with resin, not sour with age, but faintly sweet, like dried sap left in a sun-warmed room. That scent is gone now, but the way the cloth still clings slightly where it meets the wood, that quiet adherence remains. The headpiece's nail holes, though plain, suggest something more than function. They do not line up in straight rows. They rise gently, then fall again. A curve so subtle you might mistake it for irregularity if you did not know better. It is as if the cloth was meant to follow the natural arch of a sleeper's neck, lifting just enough above the pillow to avoid pressure, yet low enough to feel present, to be known by touch, even in darkness. You think how the hand might find it without seeing, fingers brushing upward from the shoulder, meeting resistance, then yielding, soft, warm, familiar, as if the cloth had learned where the body would rest.
You notice that the pulley wheels are not brass or iron, but turned wood, the same birch as the frame, sanded to a sheen so fine it catches no dust. You can see how they have worn in the center, their rims slightly thinner than their edges, as if each rotation has shaved away just enough material over decades to make them lighter, quieter. There is no metal bearing inside, no axle, just wood turning on wood, held by nothing more than a peg driven through its heart, and yet it turns. You think of how the cords must have been replaced, perhaps once, perhaps twice. Each new rope tied with care to the old end, knotted just enough to hold without bulk. You see where one has frayed slightly near the pulley, where it passed over the edge 1,000 times, and where another is still whole, untouched by wear.
The ropes were never all renewed at once. They were replaced as needed, each strand kept until its time came, then slipped away quietly, like breath leaving a body that no longer needs to hold it. The curtains themselves are gone now, but their absence does not erase the shape they made in space. You feel how the air above the bed still holds the memory of their weight, the way it settles just beneath the cornices, thickened by the presence of what once filled it. Even without cloth, even without motion, there is a hush here, not silence, but the quiet that comes after something has been held for so long, it becomes part of the air itself. You do not need to see them to know how they moved. You only need to imagine the hand that reached up, fingers brushing the rope, drawing it gently downward, and how the fabric followed, folding into itself like a sigh given form. You trace the path where the cord once slipped through the pulley's groove, not with your fingers, but with the quiet attention of someone who has learned to follow what is no longer there. The wood beneath still holds the impression, a shallow channel, worn smooth by friction that never grew harsh, only patient. It is not deep enough to catch on a thread, nor wide enough to hold dust, just enough to guide, to keep the movement true. You think of how the rope would have passed through with barely a whisper. No clink, no rattle, just the softest sigh as it slid over its own history. Each turn of the pulley was answered by a slow release of fabric, falling like water, settling into stillness. There were no knots tied to stop it, only the weight of the cloth itself holding the end in place when drawn fully down. And yet, even then, it never sagged too far. The cornice held its curve, and the rings along the curtain's edge kept their alignment, not perfectly straight, but gently arched as if pulled by something more than gravity, something that remembered how the body preferred to be wrapped. You imagine the hand reaching again, not out of necessity, but habit. Fingers finding the cord where it hung just beyond the corner of the bedstead. Its end knotted in a simple half hitch, worn thin at the loop. There is no tassel left, no fringe to catch the light, just the rope itself, faded now from blue-gray to the color of dried moss. Its fibers splayed slightly where it met the pulley's edge. You know it was not replaced because it broke, but because it grew too short. Each time tied anew with a length pulled from a spool, kept in a drawer beside the linen chest. The same spool used for mending sheets and sewing buttons on nightshirts. The knot was never hidden. It was meant to be found, a small reminder that this system was not built to last forever, but to be cared for again and again. The fabric of the curtains is gone, but you can still sense how it moved, not as a curtain does now, pulled taut by metal rods or held in stiff pleats, but as something alive with its own weight. It would have gathered softly at the corners, pooling just above the mattress like folded clouds, not because it was arranged that way, but because that was where it naturally settled when lowered. There were no tassels to weigh them down, no rods to force shape, just the cloth itself, heavy with weave, thick enough to hold warmth, but thin enough to let breath pass through. You think how the light must have changed in the room when they were drawn, how morning came, not as a sudden flood, but as a slow brightening behind fabric, diffused and quiet, like the glow of embers seen through linen. You notice now that the pulley wheels, though worn, still turn with the faintest resistance, not stuck, not free, but alive, as if they remember the motion, even without rope. You touch one lightly with your fingertip, the same birch as the frame, the same grain, the same coolness, and it gives a little under pressure before releasing, turning just half a revolution before settling again. There is no grease here, no oil ever applied, just wood meeting wood, each rotation teaching the other how to move more gently over time. The peg that holds them in place has been pushed deeper once or twice, its head slightly rounded from hammer blows long ago, but it remains firm. Not because it was driven hard, but because it was never meant to be removed. The cornices still rise above you, their carved patterns now bare of fabric, the pierced shapes open to air and dust. You follow one with your eyes. The floral motif once hidden beneath blue cotton, now exposed as shadow and light. The flowers are not detailed in fine lines, but suggested through curves and hollows. Petals formed by the absence of wood, not its presence. You think how the maker must have worked slowly, carving only when the light was right, not from a sketch, but from memory or instinct. There is no signature on the back, no date carved into the underside, just the quiet rhythm of hand following form. You let your breath slow to match the stillness here. The room does not need to be warm for you to feel warmth. It comes from what was once held, the fabric, the ropes, the slow motion of lowering and raising, not as a ritual, but as an act repeated until it became part of the air itself. You do not know if anyone ever sang while drawing the curtains, or if they whispered names into the folds before sleep. But you sensed that there were moments when no one moved at all, when the cords hung loose and the cloth lay still, and the only sound was the quiet breathing beneath it. And now, even without them, the space above the bed holds its shape, the memory of what fell, what rose, what settled into place with each dusk and dawn. The pulleys wait, the cornices rise, the wood remembers how to turn, and you, still here, still listening, know that some things are not lost when they disappear. They simply become part of the quiet. You trace the curve where the rope once ran, how it dipped slightly between pulley and ring, how it must have brushed against the underside of the cornice as it slid, not with friction, but with a slow, sliding sigh, like cloth drawn across skin too warm to notice. The wood there is lighter in color, not from sun, not from polish, but from repeated contact, the grain softened by decades of touch that never lingered long enough to leave marks, only motion. You imagine the rope's texture, not coarse hemp, but something finer, twisted cotton, perhaps spun tight enough to hold tension without biting into the fingers. It would have felt cool at first, then warm from handling, from the pull of hands that did not grip, but guided, as if guiding a breath rather than lifting fabric. The rings still cling to the curtain's edge, though the cloth has long since dissolved into dust or been taken away. You see how they were fixed, not with nails driven through, but with small loops of wire bent and pressed flat against the back of the fabric, so that when lowered, the weight pulled evenly without tearing. Each ring is slightly uneven in size, one perhaps replaced after a break, another slightly larger, as if made from a different spool or by a different hand at a later time. But they all follow the same upward arc, the same gentle slope toward the center of the bed, where the cords would have met and crossed before disappearing into the wall's shadow. You feel the air move differently here, thicker near the floor, thinner as it rises. And you understand now why the curtains were not hung straight down. They did not need to seal tightly against the frame. They needed only to gather, to pool, to create a pocket of stillness above the mattress where warmth could settle like fallen ash. The pulleys did not lift for show. They lifted so that when lowered, the fabric would fall in folds that caught and held heat, not as a wall, but as a slow exhale. The headboard's nail holes remain empty now, their edges worn smooth from the constant attachment and removal of the head cloth. You count them, not to measure, but to feel their spacing. 5 across, spaced just wide enough for the fabric to drape without pulling, close enough that no cold draft could slip through. The cloth would have been pinned or tacked loosely, not stretched tight, just enough to hang like a sigh against the wood, softening the sharp line of the frame, muffling the night. You think how the ropes were never knotted at the foot of the bed, not with a bow, not with a hitch, but looped once around a peg or simply tucked beneath a heavy corner of the mattress. No tassel dangled to mark where it ended. No lock secured it in place. It was meant to be undone without ceremony by a hand that knew the motion by touch alone, even in half sleep. The cornices themselves are not symmetrical. One side curves just slightly higher than the other, not from poor craftsmanship, but because wood settles differently with age, and the joinery, though strong, still yields ever so gently to gravity's quiet pull. The mortise and tenon joints have not split. They have simply learned how to breathe. You rest your palm flat against the side cornice. The same birch that holds the pulley, the same pine that forms the footboard, and feel the faintest vibration in the air above it. Not sound, not wind, but the memory of motion still vibrating through grain and glue, through centuries of lifting and lowering, of hands that never spoke to the bed but knew its rhythm by heart. The blue resist pattern is gone from the wood, but you can still see where it once lay, how the dye bled slightly at the edges when dampened for washing, how the flowers bloomed outward in uneven circles, as if growing from the fabric's center rather than being printed upon it. The maker did not measure the design. They laid it out by eye, repeating a shape until the pattern felt right, not balanced, but whole. You close your eyes and let the silence deepen. There is no need to imagine the curtains now. You feel their presence in the way the air stills above you. How it does not rush or ripple, but rests as if waiting for something that has already happened. The ropes are gone. The fabric has faded into dust. But the wood remembers how to hold space. And you are here, quiet beneath it all, breathing slowly, listening to the silence between what was and what remains. You trace the curve of the footboard with your fingertips, not to map its shape, but to feel how the wood has softened at the edges where countless hands have brushed against it over time. The grain runs parallel to the floor here, worn smooth by the slow drag of woolen blankets and the occasional scrape of a bare heel finding purchase before sleep. There is no varnish left, no wax polish, only the quiet darkening that comes from decades of breath and dust settling into every groove. You let your hand rest there, just above where the cords once disappeared beneath the frame, and notice how the wood feels cooler than the air around it, not because it holds cold, but because it remembers warmth so deeply that its surface now exhales only stillness. Above you, the space between the cornices is empty, yet full of absence. You do not see the curtains, but you sense where they once gathered, how the fabric would have pooled just beyond reach, a soft barrier woven from thread and tension, not stone or steel. The pulleys, small as acorns, still sit embedded in their carved nests, their brass surfaces dulled to a matte gray by centuries of rope friction. You imagine the motion, not the pull, but the release, the way the cords would have sighed downward when let go, the fabric settling with a hush that barely disturbed the dust motes drifting near the ceiling. There was no clatter here, no snap or rattle. The system worked because it asked for nothing loud. It asked only for patience. You shift slightly beneath the imagined weight of the bed's canopy and feel how the air above you thickens, not with heat, but with intention. This was not a cage, nor a tent, but a quiet enclosure shaped by rhythm. Each morning, someone would rise, fingers finding the cords without opening their eyes, tugging once, just enough to lift the fabric into loose hanging folds that caught the light and let it spill gently across the floor. At night, the same hands would lower them again, letting gravity do what effort could not. Draw the cloth inward toward the body, creating a hollow where warmth gathered like breath held too long. The blue resist pattern is gone from the fabric, but its echo remains in the way the wood beneath it has aged differently. Slightly lighter along the seams where moisture once clung after washing. The dye did not bleed evenly. Some flowers faded faster than others, leaving behind ghostly halos that only time could reveal. You do not know if the cloth was washed in spring or autumn, or whether the water came from a bucket carried up from the well, or poured from a crock beside the hearth. But you feel how the fabric must have felt, damp and heavy at first, then stiff as parchment when hung to dry, until it softened again with use, its colors fading not into white, but into something closer to sky before dawn. The headboard's nail holes remain, each one a tiny crater worn smooth by repeated fastening. You count them in your mind, not because you must, but because the rhythm of counting helps the breath slow. 5 across, each hole spaced just far enough that the cloth could fall without strain, close enough that no draft dared slip through the gaps. The headcloth was not sewn to the frame. It was never meant to be permanent. It was a layer, like skin shed and replaced, a thing you removed when the air grew too warm, or tucked deeper when the wind came in from the north. You imagine the motion of tacking it down, not with pins that bit into the wood, but with small nails driven just deep enough to hold, not pierce. The cloth would have fluttered slightly even in still air, catching every breath of movement like a leaf trembling on a branch. It did not need to be tight. It only needed to be present. And now, in this quiet, you feel the absence of that cloth, not as loss, but as permission. The bed does not demand its covering. It holds space regardless. The cornices still rise. The pulleys still wait. The ropes are gone, but the wood remembers how to cradle. You let your breath sink deeper into the mattress beneath you and notice how the air above no longer moves at all. Not because it is trapped, but because it has learned to rest. There was no need for silk or velvet here, only cotton, spun and dyed with patience hung with care, lowered without fanfare. You do not know who first tied those cords. You do not know if they were young or old, if their hands trembled in the dark or moved with certainty. But you feel how the system was made, not for display, but for return. For every morning lifted, there came a night lowered. For every breath taken, there was a moment when stillness was chosen. The birch holds its shape. The pine has not warped beyond repair. The pulleys have rusted into silence, and you are here now, beneath it all, breathing slowly, listening to the quiet that remains after everything else has faded. You close your eyes again, and this time you do not try to see the curtains. You let them be gone, and still they hold you. The ropes are gone now, but the path they once followed still lives in the grain of the wood. Thin grooves worn smooth by years of pulling, each one a quiet trail leading from the curtain's edge up to the pulley's quiet mouth. You trace them with your mind, not with fingers, because there is no need to touch. The pulleys themselves are small, unassuming things, bronze or iron, barely larger than a thumb joint, set flush into the carved cornice, as if they had always belonged there, grown from the wood like knots in an old branch. Their surfaces are dull now, dulled by dust and time. But once they turned with ease, each wheel spinning on a pin so fine it seemed no more than a thought made metal. You imagine how the cord would have slipped through them, not tight enough to strain, not loose enough to slip, just enough give for the hand to guide, not force. There was no lock, no catch, no mechanism to hold the curtain up. Only gravity and patience held it there. When you pulled, you didn't lift, it rose. When you let go, it fell. Not with a slap, but with a sigh. The rings along the curtain's back were spaced just so, not in straight lines, not in even steps, but following the curve of the body beneath, slightly higher at the shoulders, lower at the hips, as if the cloth knew where warmth pooled and where it slipped away. Each ring was a tiny loop of brass or iron, hammered thin, bent into a circle that caught the cord without biting into it. You can still see their shadow in the fabric's weave, the places where the metal pressed against cotton for decades, leaving behind faint indentations like the memory of a hand resting on skin. The curtain itself was never heavy, not truly, just enough weight to hang true, to drape without collapsing, to settle into folds that held shape without stiffness. It did not cling. It did not flutter wildly in drafts. It moved only when called upon. Above you now, the cornices rest like silent guardians. Their pierced patterns, floral scrolls, spirals, delicate leaves, are worn soft at the edges, their sharpness gone from handling, from dust, from the slow erosion of air moving through them over hundreds of nights. You do not see them clearly, but you sense how the light would have passed through those holes when morning came, not as a bright slash across the room, but as scattered pinpricks of pale gold, shifting slowly with the sun's arc, falling onto the floor like seeds dropped from an invisible hand. The fabric stretched over them was taut, then pulled tight at the corners so that the pattern remained clear, each bloom defined, each stem unbroken. But now the glue has given way in places, and the cloth sags slightly where it once held firm. That sag is not decay. It is surrender, a quiet yielding to time. The mortise and tenon joints between the cornices still hold, though the wood around them has darkened with age, deeper than the rest, as if the joining had drawn moisture inward over years of humid summers and dry winters. You imagine the maker fitting each piece not by force, but by feel. The tenon shaped just so to slide into the mortise without resistance, then tapped gently with a mallet wrapped in leather. So, the blow would not split the pine. No nails here. No glue beyond what was needed to hold the fabric. Everything was meant to be undone, to be taken apart, repaired, reassembled. Nothing was permanent except the rhythm of its use. You notice how the foot cornice is narrower than the others, not because it was less important, but because less cloth was needed there. The curtains did not meet at the foot. They turned inward, leaving a small gap where air could stir, where feet might slip free without catching fabric on the frame. That gap was deliberate. It was never an accident of design. It was an allowance made for movement in sleep, for the shift from one position to another, for the quiet stretching that comes before waking. The nail holes along the headboard are still there, not clustered, not chaotic, but arranged with a quiet order. 7 rows, each holding 6 nails. The cloth beneath them would have been gathered slightly at each point, pulled taut enough to prevent sagging, loose enough to allow breath between layers. You imagine how it felt when first hung, the crispness of fresh fabric against the wood, the faint scent of linen oil or beeswax still clinging to the surface. Over time, that scent faded, not into nothing, but into something quieter. The smell of old cotton warmed by a body, touched by night air, held close for hours without being noticed. The pulleys do not turn anymore, but they remember how. And you are here now, in this stillness, where even memory has softened into rest. The bed does not ask for your presence. It only holds the space it was made to hold. And tonight, as always, that space is enough. The ropes, though long since slackened, still lie where they were last left, coiled just so along the edge of the frame, their fibers softened by decades of touch, not frayed, not broken, but worn thin in the places where fingers once curled around them to lift, to lower, to pause. You can almost feel the weight of that tension again, not as force, but as memory held in the twist of the cord. Each strand was spun tight from hemp or flax, neither glossy nor rough, just steady, like the breath between heartbeats. They passed through rings that never rattled, even when moved, each ring small enough to fit between thumb and forefinger, made of brass or iron, dull with use, but never rusted through. The metal did not grow cold in winter, nor hot in summer. It simply was. And the rings followed the curve of the curtain's edge, rising gently from foot to head, as if drawn by an invisible hand that knew exactly where to lift and when to let go. You imagine the motion, not hurried, never abrupt, just a slow pull, the fingers sliding along the rope until it meets resistance, then a quiet release as the pulley turns once, twice, 3 times. The fabric above you gathers in soft pleats, each fold settling into place like a sigh. There is no snap, no clatter of hardware, no mechanism here that demands attention. It works because it was made to be forgotten until it's needed again. The cornices themselves do not rise or fall. They remain fixed, anchored by the joints that have held through every season. But the fabric above them shifts, ever so slightly, with each adjustment. You feel how the cloth responds, not as a curtain pulled taut against wind, but as something alive in its stillness, bending just enough to obey without complaint. The blue floral pattern, though faded now, once caught the light differently depending on the hour. Deeper at dusk when the sun leaned low through the window. Lighter at dawn when it passed sideways across the ceiling. The blooms were not arranged symmetrically. No strict order governed their placement. One petal might curve inward while another stretched outward, as if each had grown according to its own rhythm, guided by the hand that dyed and printed them long ago. You do not know who chose this pattern. You do not need to. It was simply there, part of the bed's quiet language, a visual comfort, not a statement. The fabric did not shout. It whispered, and in the dark, when the curtains were lowered and the room became enclosed, it absorbed sound rather than reflected it. There was no echo here, only stillness wrapped in cotton. The pulleys are small enough to be overlooked, each one embedded just beneath the carved edge of the wood, their rims worn smooth by countless rotations. You can trace with your mind how they turned, not on metal axles that squeaked, but on wooden spindles graced, once perhaps with tallow or rendered fat from a winter slaughter, and never again. No oil was ever added after that first application. The wood absorbed what it needed, and the rope, over time, learned its path. You feel how the cords have settled into their resting places, not coiled neatly as if for use tomorrow, but draped with the patience of something done, of something waiting without urgency. One end is tied off beneath the footboard, knotted in a simple square that will not slip. The other ends, longer and frayed at the tips, rest against the side rails where fingers once reached for them. Fingers that knew their way by touch alone, even in sleep's half light. The headcloth, long gone now, left behind only its ghost in the nail holes. 7 rows, 6 nails each, evenly spaced, no gap larger than a thread's width between them. That cloth would have been heavier than the curtains. Thicker wool or linen, perhaps lined with flannel to hold warmth near the shoulders. It was not decorative. It was functional. A barrier against draft that slipped beneath the bed's edge, against cold air rising from the floorboards. You imagine how it felt when first drawn across the top of the frame. The weight of it settling over your chest like a slow exhale. The texture just coarse enough to anchor you in place, not so rough as to scratch. No one ever spoke about it. No one needed to. It was simply part of the ritual. Lower the curtains, draw the headcloth, tuck the edges beneath the mattress edge, and then quiet. The bed does not remember who slept here, but it remembers how stillness was made. And you are learning again what that feels like. The ropes lie where they were left, softly curled against the rail, as if they had grown tired of being pulled and chose instead to rest. Their fibers have softened over decades, not from washing, but from repeated handling, from fingers brushing them in the dark without thought, from the slow friction of motion that never quite wore them through. You notice how the ends are slightly flattened where they pressed against the wood, as though the grain had held them gently, keeping their shape even when no hand was near. There is no knot at the head end, only a loose loop, tied not for security, but for ease. So it could be slipped free with one thumb if needed, without waking. The pulleys turn without resistance now, though once they must have resisted slightly. The first pull of the season, when the air was cold and the fabric stiff from being stored, when dew had settled in the room overnight and the linen had absorbed a trace of damp. Even then, the motion was never forced. A steady hand, a slow exhale as the fingers drew downward. There was no urgency to it. The curtains did not snap into place. They drifted, gathering in folds that changed with each adjustment. Sometimes full and soft like petals caught mid-fall. Other times tight and neat, pressed flat against the frame by the weight of their own cloth. You imagine how the fabric might have felt between your fingers before it faded, how the resist-dyed pattern raised just slightly beneath the surface where the wax had held back the blue. The blooms were not painted on. They were hidden, then revealed. And when you touched them, you did not feel color. You felt texture, a faint ridging along each petal's curve, as if the hand that applied the resist had pressed just hard enough to leave a memory in the weave. The rings are small brass, unpolished now, dulled by time and touch. They do not gleam. They rest where they were nailed, each one aligned in a gentle arc along the back edge of the curtain, spaced just wide enough so that when pulled, the fabric would gather evenly, without pulling at its seams or puckering near the corners. You trace their placement with your mind. 7 on each side panel, 5 at the foot, all rising slightly toward the center, as though designed to lift the cloth into a soft dome above the sleeper's head. No tacks hold them in place anymore. Only the thread that once stitched them through the fabric and into the wooden backing. That stitching is gone now, but you can still see where it was. Faint indentations in the cotton, tiny dimples like the imprint of fingers pressed long ago into wet clay. The threads must have been waxed linen, strong enough to hold against daily use, thin enough not to show from the front. The head cloth left no trace beyond the nail holes. No frayed edge, no lingering scent of wool or lavender, no patch where it had rubbed against a pillow. But you sense its absence as a shape in the air above you. A rectangle of warmth that once settled just beyond reach, heavy enough to keep the cold from creeping down from the ceiling, light enough not to press too hard on the shoulders. The cornices themselves are cool to the touch now, though they would have held heat for hours after the last rays of sun passed through the window. The birch and pine absorbed it slowly, released it slower still. When the curtains were lowered at night, that warmth pooled beneath them, not trapped, not locked in, but gently held, like breath held between thoughts. You do not hear the wood creak. You do not need to. It has learned stillness as well as you have. The ropes remain where they are, not because they are tied, but because there is no reason to move them now. The bed does not ask for them. The room does not demand it. And in this quiet, the mechanism exists not as a tool, but as a presence, like the space between heartbeats, like the pause before sleep settles fully into bone. You feel the weight of the air above you, thickened by fabric that once moved with purpose, now still. The pattern of blue flowers is barely visible in the dimness, but you remember how they rose and fell, not as decoration, not as art, but as a rhythm repeated night after night, drawn back to let in light, lowered to hold warmth close. And so it continues. Not because anyone remembers why, but because the bed still holds the shape of rest. You are not lying on it now. You are remembering how it felt to be held by it. The ropes have no memory. The pulleys have no will, but they remember motion, and in that they offer peace. You breathe slowly, and the room breathes with you. The ropes lie slack against the floorboards, not coiled, not tangled, just resting where they fell after the last time they were drawn upward. Their fibers are worn smooth in places, as if rubbed by countless fingers over decades. Each pull a quiet repetition that left its mark without ever demanding attention. You watch them with your mind's eye, thin, slightly frayed at the ends, dyed faintly with something earthy, maybe walnut husk or sumac bark that has faded into the grain of the wood beneath them. They do not smell of anything now, but you remember how they once carried the scent of dried herbs tucked into the curtain folds, a whisper of rosemary, or thyme that clung for weeks before dissolving into air. You follow their path upward, where they vanish into the pulleys embedded in the side cornices. The brass wheels are small enough to fit between your thumb and forefinger, each one set flush with the carved edge of the wood, so that when the curtain rose, the rope moved without catching, not slipping, not grinding, but turning as if it had always been meant to glide this way. There is no grease left in them now, no trace of animal fat or beeswax once used to keep motion silent, yet they turn still, even in memory, as though time has softened their resistance rather than hardened it. The fabric at the foot cornice was shorter, less volume, less weight, and so its rings were fewer, spaced wider apart, allowing the cloth to drape more openly over the bed's end. You imagine how it would have hung there during daylight, loose and open like a curtain drawn back from a window, revealing not the world outside, but the quiet space above the sleeper, where dust motes moved in slanted light and the shadow of a ceiling beam stretched long across the wall. At night, when the ropes were eased downward, that same fabric would settle with a slow sigh, not falling abruptly, but sinking as if into sleep itself, each fold settling just slightly lower than the last until the entire space beneath was wrapped in soft and closing dark. You do not hear the fabric brush against the wood, but you feel how it once did. The gentle drag of cotton along carved edge, the faint resistance before yielding, like a breath held and then released. The cornices themselves have no grain visible now, only texture, smooth from years of touch, where fingers brushed them as they adjusted the ropes each morning or evening. You can still feel the shape of those touches, the curve of a palm against the curved top edge, the pad of a thumb pressing lightly into the pierced design beneath the fabric, not to admire it, but to steady the movement, to guide the cloth into place without pulling too hard. The headpiece remains bare now, its nail holes arranged in straight rows, spaced with care, not random, not hurried. Each hole is small, barely larger than a pinhead, and they all point upward, as though meant for something that once hung like a canopy, heavy enough to settle, but light enough to lift without strain. There are no remnants of the cloth itself, no thread, no stain, no patch where it frayed against the pillow, but you know its presence by the pattern of holes. 7 across, 3 down, forming a rectangle just wide enough to cover the space above the shoulders and high enough to brush the crown of the head when lying still. It did not reach the foot, nor drape over the sides, only that one quiet barrier between sleeper and ceiling, and so it remained not because it was ornamental, but because it served a shield against drafts that slipped down from above, a buffer against the chill that settled in the upper corners of rooms before dawn. It did not need to be rich, nor brightly dyed. A single length of homespun wool, perhaps, or a coarser cotton woven for durability, folded once and pinned at each corner, nothing more. You feel how it would have moved with the night air, not fluttering, but settling into stillness, like a sigh that lingers too long to be called breath. There was no tassel, no fringe, no embellishment, only function shaped by patience, a rectangle of warmth held in place not by force, but by quiet repetition. The ropes have grown quiet now. They do not sway. The pulleys do not turn. And yet you still feel the motion inside you, not as memory, but as rhythm. As if your own breathing has learned to match the slow rise and fall of fabric that once moved with purpose, now resting in peace. You are not pulling them. You are not lifting or lowering, but you remember how it felt to do so. How the fingers found their place without thought. How the body knew when to draw back and when to let go. And so, the bed holds its silence, not as absence, but as presence. The ropes lie still now, coiled gently where they once tugged upward, each strand worn thin at the bends, smoothed by countless passes through the pulley grooves, not frayed, but softened, like old linen left to rest in sun-warmed air. You traced their path with your mind, how they slipped from the ring near the foot, climbed the side cornice's curve, passed once around the brass-sheathed wheel embedded just beneath the carved edge, then crossed the narrow space above the mattress to meet its twin on the opposite side, always paired, always balanced, never one pulled before the other. There was no knot at the end, only a subtle thickening where the twine had been tied off against a small wooden peg set into the bedpost's inner face. A thing so unremarkable you might miss it if you weren't looking for stillness and motion. That peg held nothing but tension, and yet it kept everything in place. You imagine how the fingers found it each evening, not by sight, not by force, but by habit grown quiet enough to be felt before it was seen. The hand knew where to press, just below the knuckle, to ease the slack without startling the fabric into a sudden drop. The pulleys themselves are small, no larger than a thimble, their rims worn smooth from endless rotation, so smooth now that light catches them only faintly, as if they've absorbed the glow of decades rather than reflected it. You do not hear them turn anymore, but you remember how they once did. A whisper, almost imperceptible, like the turning of a page held too gently to make sound. There was no metal squeal, no creak in the wood around them, only this quiet surrender of friction to time. The wheels were turned from hardwood, perhaps maple or apple, carved with such precision that the grooves for the ropes still hold their shape, even after all these years. You wonder if they were turned on a lathe or shaped by hand, but you do not need to know. Their presence is enough. Their silence now is the same as their sound then. Patient, unremarkable, necessary. The rings that once threaded through the curtains are gone. No trace remains, but the fabric still remembers where they were. You can see it in the way the blue cotton sags slightly along its lower edge. Not from sagging weight, but from repeated tension. The same curve drawn again and again as the cloth was lifted, held, lowered. That arc is not accidental. It is the imprint of 1,000 nightly rituals, each one identical enough to become invisible. The fabric does not cling to the wood. It hovers just above, never touching, always waiting for the next movement. You feel how that space between, barely an inch, was sacred, not because it was large, but because it was empty, a breath held in cloth and air, where warmth gathered without being trapped, where privacy lived not as enclosure, but as invitation. The cornices still carry their pierced patterns beneath the cotton, though you cannot see them now. The fabric has faded, softened by sun and dust, its blue once sharp enough to cut through dim candlelight, now dulled into something quieter, like a memory of color. But the carving remains, leaves curled inward as if breathing, petals folded tight against their stems, all rendered in shallow relief, so delicate that the light only just touches them. You know, they were carved before the fabric was glued, not to hide them, but to let them breathe beneath it. The pattern is not visible from below, yet its presence lingers in the way the fabric catches and holds shadow, how the light bends slightly where the wood dips away beneath. It does not announce itself. It simply is, and still, the headpiece waits. Its nail holes remain untouched by time, not because they were protected, but because nothing ever came to disturb them. 7 across, 3 down, each hole a tiny crater in the pine, its edges slightly raised where the wood fibers resisted the nail's entry. You imagine the cloth being pinned there each evening, one corner lifted, pulled taut, secured with a single iron pin, then another, until the rectangle hung straight and still, like a veil drawn across the threshold of sleep. There was no braid, no ribbon to tie it, no fringe to sway when the door opened. Only pins, small and plain, holding what needed to be held. You do not know if the cloth was washed often or at all, but you sense its weight in your mind, heavy enough to hold warmth, light enough to lift without effort. It did not smell of lavender or beeswax, nor did it carry the scent of soap or sweat. It carried only stillness. And when it fell, when the ropes were released and the cloth sank into place, it did so with a quiet that settled into your bones before you even noticed it had happened. The bed does not speak, but in its silence, you hear how it once listened. The ropes, when pulled, did not snap or jingle. They slipped through the pulleys like breath through lips held slightly apart. You can still trace their path in the dust that has settled along the grooves of the wood, fine as powdered bone, accumulating where the twine once moved with purpose and rhythm. There is no knot left to mark where they ended, no tassel or weight to anchor them, but you sense how they hung, slack but not loose, coiled just beyond reach beneath the footboard, waiting for hands that would come again in twilight. The cords were never dyed, never waxed. They were spun from local fibers, coarse enough to grip the pulley's edge without slipping, soft enough to pass between fingers without chafing. You imagine them resting against the skin of a wrist at night, cool and slightly rough, the same texture as dried grass after frost. The fabric along the side cornices does not hang straight. It curves inward just slightly, as if drawn by an invisible thread pulled from above, not by force, but by habit. That curve is not sagging. It is remembering. Each fold was shaped when the curtains were raised, lifted in 3 stages. First the center, then the corners, then a final adjustment of the fabric's edge against the carved wood beneath. You can see where the tension pulled the cotton tautest along the inner rim of each pulley's arc, where the weave has stretched thin enough to let the faintest light through, like a veil worn too long in morning sun. The cornices themselves are not flush with the bed frame. They sit slightly apart, as though suspended by intention rather than nailed down. There is space between them and the posts, not wide, but enough for air to move, for warmth to pool without rising too quickly. That gap was not left by accident. It was measured in the hand, perhaps by a thumb's width or the thickness of a finger pressed flat against wood. You feel how that space became part of the bed's breathing. Not loud, not obvious, but steady, like the pause between inhale and exhale. The headpiece holds no trace of fabric now, only the silent grid of nail holes. Each one is different, some shallow, others deeper, as if some pins were driven harder than others, or perhaps used more often. One hole near the top left has a tiny splinter raised beside it, like a whisper caught in wood grain. You do not know why that one was struck with more force, or whether the cloth there was thicker or heavier, or simply older. But you notice how the surrounding pine has darkened slightly around it, as though the wood itself held its breath longer each time the pin entered. The curtains were never drawn all at once. They were lowered in stages. First one side, then the other, then finally the foot. Each motion was small, deliberate. A hand reaching out without lifting the arm too high, fingers finding the chord by memory alone. There was no need to look. The rhythm of it became part of the body's own pulse, the same as turning onto a pillow or drawing the blanket up just past the shoulder. You think of how the fabric responded, not with resistance, but with surrender. It did not cling. It did not resist. It simply fell, gathering itself into soft waves along its length, each fold aligning with the last like pages turned slowly in a book no one reads aloud. The pattern beneath, the blue flowers, never showed through, not because it was hidden, but because it did not wish to be seen. It existed only as texture, as weight, as quiet. The pulleys are still there. They do not turn anymore, but you can feel how they once did. With the slowest rotation, the faintest click of wood against wood, like a door closing in another room long after the footsteps have faded. There is no rust on them. No grease remains to lubricate their motion, yet their shape has not warped. The curves are still true. They hold the memory of movement even when motion has stopped. You do not need to imagine what it felt like to pull that cord. You know in your bones how the hand would have hesitated, not from doubt, but from reverence. How the fingers curled around the twine as if holding something alive. How the body leaned forward just slightly, just enough to let gravity take over after the final tug. And then stillness, not empty, not silent. Mr. Forge, as full as breath held before it is released. The bed does not ask to be remembered. It only waits for hands that will come again in twilight. Always in twilight. The twine, though long gone now, left its imprint in the wood. The grooves where it once slid, worn smooth by countless passes over the pulley's edge. You can still trace them with your mind. Not deep cuts, not scars, but the slow erosion of repetition, like water finding its path through stone without force. The pulleys themselves are small, no larger than a thumb joint, and they sit nestled in the carved hollows beneath the cornices overhang, their centers worn just slightly concave from the endless turning. There is no metal here, only wood, and yet they turn as if they were oiled by time itself. You think of how each rotation was never swift, never jerking or snapping, but always a slow, patient circle, as though the bed remembered the rhythm of breath and matched it. You feel the way the cords would have been tied, not knotted tightly, but looped with care, so that when pulled, they didn't snag. There is no knot left behind now, only the memory of how the ends were tucked beneath the edge of the curtain's hem, hidden in plain sight. The fabric there, where it met the wood, was slightly heavier, stitched twice where others were not, as if the maker knew that spot would bear the most wear. You do not see the stitches now, but you sense their presence, like the quietest echo in a room after someone has stepped out. The rings, small and iron, once glinted faintly under candlelight when the curtains were drawn back, each one spaced just far enough apart to allow the cloth to drape without pulling. They did not clink when moved. They never rang, even when the wind slipped through an open window at night. Even when the house settled into its bones, those rings stayed silent. Their only sound was the softest whisper of fabric sliding over them, a breath held just long enough to be felt, not heard. You imagine how the curtains would have gathered, not in sharp pleats, but in gentle, irregular folds, like linen left to dry on a line after rain. Each fold followed its own curve, shaped by gravity and time, never uniform, never forced. The floral pattern beneath, the blue blossoms, did not repeat exactly from one panel to the next. There was no machine to make them match. They were cut by hand from cloth that had been dyed in batches too small for perfect consistency. So, the flowers leaned differently on each side. Some slightly faded, others darker where the dye pooled thicker. You do not need to see them to know this. You feel it in the way the fabric still holds its shape, even now, empty as it is. The cornices curve gently at their ends, not straight, but softly bowed, as though they had learned over years to settle into the weight of cloth above them. That bend was not carved that way by accident. It was shaped by use, by the slow sag of fabric in humid summer nights and the taut pull of winter air. The wood remembers what it carried. You can feel how it still holds the memory of that pressure, not as a crack or warp, but as a quiet surrender, like an old pillow that keeps its indentation long after the head has moved. You notice how the pulley holes in the cornices are slightly larger on one side than the other, just enough to suggest that one hand pulled more often than the other, not because it was stronger, not because it was dominant, but because it was closer to the door, or perhaps because the person who drew the curtains each night always turned toward the left first. The wood does not say which hand it was. It only says that the motion happened repeatedly, quietly, without ceremony. The fabric at the foot cornice is different from the sides, not in color, but in texture. Thinner, worn more evenly across its surface. You think of how it would have been touched least often, only when lowering or raising the final curtain, and yet it bore the same burden: to hold warmth, to shut out draft, to make space feel safe. It did not ask for attention. It asked only to be there. You rest your thoughts on the silence between each pull, the pause after the cord was tugged, before the fabric settled. That moment held everything. The settling of air, the soft sigh of cotton against wood, the faintest creak of the bed's frame as it adjusted to the new weight above it. No one spoke then. No one needed to. The bed already knew. You feel how the light, when it came in the morning, did not rush to pierce the curtains. It waited, gently, patiently, as if it too had learned to move slowly here. It crept along the edge of the fabric first, testing its hold, then slipped through the finest threads where the weave had thinned, like a question asked softly and answered without sound. And still, nothing moved but air. The pulleys wait. The rings remember. The cornices breathe. You are not lying on it now, but you feel how it would have held you, how its quiet systems worked not to control, but to cradle, not to command, but to listen. The chords, when drawn taut, did not snap or jolt. They slid through the pulleys like breath held, just long enough to steady itself before release. You can sense how they once moved, not with haste, but with a rhythm learned in darkness. Fingers finding their place without searching. The twine was neither coarse nor fine, but somewhere between, spun from fibers that had known sun and rain, softened by years of handling, the kind that clings slightly to the skin before slipping free. There is no knot at the end, only a slow taper, frayed just enough to catch on the edge of a thumb without catching on the fabric itself. It was never meant to be tied off. The weight of the curtains did that work. Each pull settled into the next like footsteps along a familiar hall. You imagine how the loops of rope rested when idle, not dangling loose, but coiled just so beneath the footboard, tucked against the leg where no draft could reach them. They did not hang in tangles. They did not gather dust in corners. They were kept near, always within reach, as if the act of lowering them was as necessary as breathing. The rings along the curtain's edge are small, barely larger than a button, and made of brass, thin and worn smooth by repeated passage. You can tell they were never lacquered or polished after casting. Their shine came only from touch, from the slow friction of cotton brushing against metal night after night. Some have faint ridges where the twine once bit into them, tiny grooves that no cleaning ever erased. They do not gleam brightly now, but they hold a quiet luster, like stone warmed by the sun long after it has set. The fabric at the side cornices is heavier than what you see at the foot, not because it was chosen for strength, but because it was stitched wider, draped deeper, folded over itself once more to catch the chill that rose from the floorboards. You feel how the weight of it pulled downward in a way that made the wood beneath bend just slightly, not enough to creak, but enough to leave its mark on the tenon joints. Tiny indentations where the pressure settled into the grain over decades. The cornices themselves are not thick, yet they carry the impression of mass, as though the fabric had added substance to them through sheer repetition. You do not think of them as supports. You think of them as anchors. When the curtains were raised, they did not vanish. They gathered, not in full folds, but in soft gathers that clung close to the wood, like mist clinging to a windowsill at dawn. The blue flowers, now faded near the edges where sunlight had touched them most, still showed their outlines in shadow. You can imagine how the light moved through them on summer mornings, filtered, diffused, not brightening the room so much as warming it slowly, gently, as if the fabric were holding back the day until the sleeper was ready to receive it. The headpiece, with its many nail holes, does not hold a cloth now. But you know there was one, a simple drape, unadorned, pinned at the corners, hung like a veil over the space above the pillow. It did not reach the floor. It did not need to. Its purpose was not decoration, but containment, to keep the warmth from rising away too quickly, to soften the sharpness of the air near the head, to make the space feel enclosed even when the curtains were drawn back. The holes are arranged in a gentle arc, slightly curved, as though the cloth had been pulled taut each time it was hung, and then allowed to settle again into its own shape. You think of how often that cloth must have been removed, not because it was soiled or torn, but because the air changed. In spring, it might be taken down for a few days to let in the scent of wet earth through the open window. In autumn, it would be rehung before dusk, long before the cold came fully into the room. No one spoke when they did this. There was no ritual, no ceremony, only the quiet act of adjustment, like turning a page without lifting your eyes. The pulleys themselves are not elaborate. They turn on simple iron axles set deep within the carved wood. You can see where the metal has worn down just slightly at its center, the place where the rope spun most often. It is not rusted. It is not greased, but it moves without friction now, because it learned how to move with the rope, and the rope learned how to move with it. There's no sound when they turn, not a whisper, not a click, only the faintest sigh of wood against metal, as if the bed itself were exhaling. You do not need to lift the cord to know this, that every motion was made in stillness, that each pull was followed by quiet, that the curtains did not rise or fall with drama, but with patience, as if they understood their job was not to be seen, but to be felt. Warmth held close without demand, privacy offered without permission. The air between the fabric and the bed has never been disturbed, not truly. Even now, empty as it is, you sense how it still holds its shape. The space where a body once lay, where breath once rose and fell in rhythm with the slow lowering of night. The cornices wait, the pulleys remember, and the cord, resting just so against the footboard, waits for a hand that will not come again. You do not move. You do not need to. The room is still, and the bed knows how to be empty without being lonely. The cord lies where it was last left, resting just beyond the edge of the footboard, not coiled, not tangled, but draped as if it had simply paused mid-motion, waiting for a breath to continue its curve. You can see how the fibers have softened over time, not frayed, not worn thin, but settled into themselves, each strand having learned the weight of the curtains and the quiet pull of gravity. It does not stretch when you imagine touching it. It yields just slightly, as though it remembers every hand that held it before yours, and now holds still in respect for what was asked of it. The pulleys do not gleam. They have been touched too often by dry fingers, by hands that did not seek to polish or preserve, but only to move the fabric where it needed to go, up when the light came, down when the dark settled. The iron has grown smooth in its grooves, the wood around them darker, where the rope has brushed against the carved edges for decades. There is no wax on the surface, no oil, only time and repetition and stillness, shaping what could not be shaped by force. You think of how the curtains must have moved, not with a rush, but with a slow surrender, as if they were breathing out when lowered, drawing themselves into the space beneath the cornice, like a sigh made visible. Each ring caught the twine, just enough to hold its place before sliding forward again, one after another, in a sequence too small to count, too quiet to hear. The fabric itself was never stiff. It did not cling tightly to the wood when raised, nor hang flat when lowered. It had weight, yes, but also softness, as though it had been washed many times with rainwater and sun, never with lye or soap, just left to rest in air until its fibers remembered how to lie gently. The blue of the floral pattern is not gone, it has simply changed. The petals are now more gray than indigo, the stems more charcoal than deep green, as if the dye had been absorbed into the cotton's memory rather than burned away by light. You can still trace where the largest bloom once opened near the center of one curtain, just beneath the left pulley, its outline softened by years of brushing against the carved wood when pulled upward. The carving itself is shallow, not meant for grandeur, but for texture, a pattern of leaves and vines that did not rise above the surface, only hinted at it, as if the wood were holding its breath while the fabric covered it. You do not know how often the curtains were changed, but you notice how the nails along the lower edge are spaced evenly, not too close, not too far, and each one holds the same small tension in the cloth, as though the person who pinned them knew exactly how much give the fabric needed to fold without tearing. There is no fraying at those points, no loose threads, only the quiet persistence of thread held fast by wood and patience. The headpiece remains bare now, its holes waiting like silent questions. You imagine the cloth that once lived there, not embroidered, not trimmed, not patterned, but plain, undyed linen, perhaps, or cotton, so fine it was nearly translucent when held to the light. It would have been folded each morning before being hung again, folded in thirds, then in halves, each crease made with fingers that knew where the corners should meet, and how tightly the pins must be pressed to keep it from slipping. There were no tassels, no fringe, just a rectangle of fabric
suspended above your head, holding warmth like a second skin. The air beneath those curtains has never been stirred by wind. Even when windows were open in summer, even when doors stood unlatched, the space between bed and cloth remained still, protected not by locks or latches, but by weight and distance, by the simple act of letting fabric do its quiet work. You sense how the air moved there, not as a current, but as a slow exchange. Warm breath rising, cool night settling. Each meeting in that small space between flesh and fabric without disturbance. The cornices themselves have not warped. The birch and pine held firm against humidity, against dryness, against the turning of seasons, because they were joined with care, mortise and tenon, precise, tight, untouched by nails or glue beyond what was needed to hold the fabric in place. You can imagine how the joints would have creaked just once on the first night it was assembled. Not a groan, not a protest, but the softest sigh of wood finding its place after years of waiting in the workshop. You do not hear that sound now, but you feel its echo in the quiet between your breaths, in the stillness that follows each exhale, in the way the room holds itself around you, as if it too remembers how to be patient. The cord remains where it was left, not discarded, not forgotten, just waiting, not for motion, but for the memory of motion to return. The cord lies slack now, its fibers worn smooth, where fingers once drew it downward, each loop holding the ghost of pressure, each knot tied not for strength, but for rhythm. You can see how the twine has faded to the color of old tea left in a cup too long, the dye leaching slowly into the air, leaving behind only the texture of time pressed into its strands. It does not tangle. It does not coil. It rests as it was last pulled, just enough slack to suggest movement without requiring it, as if the system itself remembers how to breathe. The pulleys are small, no larger than a thumb joint, carved
from hardwood so dense that even after 2 centuries they have not cracked or splintered. They turn with a stillness that is not silence, but the absence of resistance. Each wheel shaped by hand, smoothed over hours with a fine stone, then oiled once, perhaps, and never touched again. You imagine the moment it was first tested. A single tug, slow and sure, the cord sliding through with barely a whisper, the curtains lifting like breath released from lips held too long. No squeak, no catch, just motion, clean as water passing over stone. You notice how the rings are not brass nor iron, but simple iron loops, thin, hammered flat at the ends, bent into circles that never quite close. They hang slightly askew, not from wear, but from the way the fabric was pinned beneath them, the weight pulling just enough to tilt them toward the center of the bed, as if drawn by gravity's quiet insistence. Each ring holds a single stitch of thread sewn through its inner curve, anchoring it to the curtain's back edge without stitching into the pattern. The floral design remains untouched. No needle pierced the bloom, no thread crossed the stem. Only the plain ground beneath received the anchor, leaving the decoration free to hang as if suspended by air alone. The fabric of the curtains is not heavy, not wool, not damask, but cotton woven fine enough that it would have shimmered faintly in candlelight, catching the flame like a breath held against skin. It was not lined, not padded, just one layer, stretched taut over the cornice's curve, allowing warmth to rise from below without trapping it too tightly. You can still feel how it would have moved, not with the rustle of silk or the crinkle of linen, but as if the cloth itself were exhaling, softening around your shoulders when lowered at night, settling like a sigh against the frame. You do not hear the curtains now, but you remember how they sounded, not loud, not sharp, just a slow brushing sound, like fingers sliding along the inside of a sleeve. Each time they rose, the fabric gathered into folds that never quite matched. One curtain always held a deeper curve near the center, as if it had been pulled more often, or perhaps by hands smaller than yours. The other hung straighter, its edge aligned with precision. Perhaps the work of someone who measured twice before tying off the cord. The headpiece's holes remain empty, but their arrangement tells you something quiet. They were not placed for symmetry, but for function. 3 on each side, spaced just beyond the reach of a sleeper's hand, high enough to avoid brushing against hair or pillow, low enough that when draped, the cloth would pull slightly at the foot of the bed, creating a gentle slope that kept warmth pooled beneath it without pressing down too hard. The cornices do not creak. They do not shift. The mortise and tenon joints remain as they were made. Tight, dry, unmoved by time's touch. You can imagine how they felt under a carpenter's palm. The grain of birch firm beneath his fingers. The pine yielding just enough to accept the tenon without splitting. The whole structure held together not by nails or glue, but by shape alone. You feel the air still there, between the fabric and your skin, between the wood and the ceiling. It moves slowly, as if it has learned patience from the bed itself. There is no draft here, no sudden chill, just the slow, steady exchange of warmth rising and night settling, each breath meeting its equal without disturbance. The cord remains where it was last held, not coiled on a hook, not tucked beneath the mattress, but hanging freely just above the floor, as if waiting for someone to reach down and pull it again. Not out of need, but because the motion still holds meaning. Not ritual, not custom, just the quiet understanding that some things are meant to be lifted and others to be let fall. You do not need to remember how it worked. You only need to feel its stillness, how every part has settled into its place, not as an object left behind, but as something that chose to stay. The cord hangs just above the floor, thin as a spider's thread, caught between two worlds, neither taut nor slack, but suspended in that quiet space where motion has paused but not ended. You can see how the fibers have softened over time, not frayed, not broken, but worn smooth by countless passes of thumb and finger. Each pull a small surrender to rhythm rather than necessity. The twine is not new, yet it holds no signs of decay, no brittle edges, no discoloration from sweat or dust. It has simply learned to be still. When you imagine lifting it, your hand moves without thought, as if the memory lives in your wrist before your mind remembers why. The pulleys do not turn when touched now, but you know they once did, with a whisper of brass against wood, a breath of rotation so slight it could have been mistaken for the settling of the house itself. There is no grease left on their surfaces, no residue from oil or beeswax, yet the metal still glows faintly in your mind's eye, not bright, not reflective, but warm, like the inside of a closed eyelid after sunlight has faded. The rings curve gently upward where they are sewn to the curtain's hem, each one tilted just enough so that when pulled, the fabric would rise without catching or folding inward. There is no slack in their alignment, no accidental twist, no uneven spacing, but neither is there rigidity. They move as if guided by something older than design. The weight of cloth, the pull of gravity, the slow rhythm of rising and falling over years. You can trace their path with your eyes alone. The curve begins near the center of each curtain, climbs slightly toward the corners, then fades into the plain weave where no decoration dares to reach. The blue floral pattern does not extend here. It ends before the seam, as if it were never meant to be touched by cord or ring, left only for the gaze of someone standing back, watching the shape form when the curtains are drawn. You do not know how many times they were lifted in a single day, how often hands reached up to gather the cloth into folds that held no pattern but the habit of use. One morning, perhaps, the cord was pulled slowly, deliberately, as if the light outside had changed and demanded attention. Another time, it was yanked without thought, a half-asleep hand tugging before the mind had fully stirred. The fabric remembers neither. It holds only the shape of its fall, soft, even, unbroken. You imagine how it would have draped over the mattress's edge, not pooling like a robe, not hanging stiff as a curtain in a parlor, but resting just so, with a gentle hollow beneath where warmth gathered and stayed. The wood beneath it does not show marks from pressure. No dents, no darkened patches. And yet, you sense that the cloth once pressed close enough to leave something behind. Not stain, not sweat, but silence. The headpiece's holes are empty now, but their arrangement still tells a story without words. They are not aligned in straight rows, nor placed with mathematical spacing. Instead, they cluster unevenly, too close together on one side, three spaced farther apart on the other, as if adjusted over time by fingers that knew the weight of cloth better than any plan. You can almost feel how someone once tested them, tugging a corner here, shifting it there, trying to find the balance where the drape would fall just right. Not too tight against the pillow, not too loose to let cold slip through. The holes are small, no larger than the tip of a thumb, and their edges show the faintest wear. No splintering, no splitting, just smoothness worn into the grain by repeated threading and unthreading. You imagine the cloth passing through them again and again, not with force, but with patience, as if the wood had grown accustomed to its passage. The cornices do not speak, but they hold the shape of hands that once touched them. The carved patterns, delicate enough to catch a shadow, but too shallow to trap dust, are worn smoothest along their inner edges, where fingers would have brushed while adjusting the curtain's fall. You can still see the faint ridges where the chisel bit into birch, floral vines curling inward, leaves turned as if caught mid-breeze, petals half open by time rather than tool. The fabric glued over them has faded, blue to gray, flower to ghost, but its presence remains in the way it once softened the wood's edge, muffling the sharpness of the carve into something meant for touch, not sight alone. You do not need to lift the cord again to know what happens when you do. The fabric will rise, not with a rush, but as if remembering how to breathe. It will gather in folds that never quite repeat themselves, each one shaped by where your fingers found their grip, how far you pulled, whether your hand trembled or held steady. And when it falls again, the cloth will settle into its old place, not because it must, but because it has learned that this is where warmth waits. The air between you and the curtain is still. It has not moved in years, but it remembers how to rise. You feel the silence deepen now, not as absence, but his presence, a quiet thickening, like wool left folded for too long, holding the shape of a body that once lay beneath it. There is no sound here except your own breathing, slow and even, matching the rhythm of something older than you. The steady exchange between cloth and wood, between lift and fall, between light and dark, and still the cord waits. The cord lies still now, slack between your fingers and the pulley's quiet eye. No tension, no pull, just the weight of what has been done and what may be done again. You let it rest against the inside of your palm, where the fibers have softened with time, not from handling, but from hanging. It is not thick nor coarse, but woven fine, enough to slip between skin and thread without catching, as if spun for touch rather than strength alone. The ends are frayed slightly, not torn, not broken, but unraveled and slow. Even strands, like hair worn thin by years of brushing against wood. You wonder how many times it passed through the same rings, the same pulleys, drawn taut and released without a sound, each motion absorbed into the quiet rhythm of evening and morning. The cornice at your side still holds its curve, the fabric clinging to its shape as though reluctant to let go of the space it once filled. You trace the edge with your gaze, not touching, not needing to, and see how the blue has faded unevenly, darker where the sun never reached, paler near the window's reach, as if time had painted it slowly in washes over decades. The floral pattern is no longer bright enough to name each petal or leaf, but their arrangement remains. Clusters of bloom that loop inward, as though drawn by a hand who knew how light would fall across them when the curtains were drawn. There is no embroidery, no stitchwork, only dye pressed into cotton, then fixed with heat and time, so the color lingers in the weave rather than on its surface. You notice how the pulleys are not brass nor iron, but turned from dense, pale wood, perhaps maple, perhaps hickory, and fitted into the cornice as if carved from the same block. There is no metal to gleam, no hinge to creak. Each wheel turns with a whisper, its rim worn smooth by the rope's passage, its center hollowed just enough to let the cord glide without friction. You imagine how it would have felt beneath a child's fingers the first time they pulled the curtain up, unsure if it would move at all, and how the wood must have warmed under their touch, still carrying the heat of the day. The rings along the curtain's edge are small, each no wider than a fingernail, and made of turned bone or horn, smoothed by years of sliding through loops, catching on nothing, always moving. They do not clang when pulled. They slide with a silence that belongs to things meant to be handled gently. You can still see the faint groove where each ring has worn into the fabric over time, not tearing it, but shaping it like water carving stone. The cloth beneath them is thicker there, slightly raised, as if the weight of repetition had pressed its memory into the fibers. You let your breath slow further, and with it, the room seems to settle deeper around you. The bedstead does not creak. The wood has learned stillness. Even when moved long ago, it was done with care. Each joint fitted tight, each tenon seated true. No hammering, no forcing. You feel how the structure holds itself, not rigid, but alive in its quiet balance. The cornices do not sag. They curve naturally, as if shaped by the weight of fabric over time, rather than forced into form. The headpiece's nail holes are still there, small, scattered, uneven, but now empty, waiting. You imagine a cloth once hung there, long enough to brush your shoulder when you turned in sleep, heavy with the warmth of many nights, soft from washing and drying in open air, folded and refolded until its edges grew thin as breath. It would have been lowered at dusk, lifted again before dawn, never removed entirely, never replaced, just worn down gently into something that belonged more to the bed than to any hand. You do not know if it was white or cream or pale gray, but you feel how its presence would have softened the light, diffused the morning's edge, kept the chill from settling too close. There is no pattern on it, no flower, no vine, and yet it carried its own quiet decoration. The creases of folding, the faint smudge where a thumb once held it steady, the tiny puckers left when it was tacked back into place after being washed and stretched to dry. The cords are still there, The pulleys wait, the rings remember their path, and the fabric, though faded, though silent, still holds the shape of being drawn up and let down again and again, without hurry, without noise, without need for witness. You close your eyes a little more deeply now. The air between you and the curtain is not empty. It has been breathed in and out so many times that it knows how to rest. The cords lie slack now, coiled just slightly where they've settled into the grooves beneath the footboard, as though they've forgotten how to tauten, but not lost the memory of tension. You can still trace their path, from the rings along the curtain's hem, up through the wooden pulleys embedded in the side cornices, then diagonally across the headpiece's empty nail holes, where once another length of cord may have crossed, anchoring a second layer of fabric that hung lower, closer to the mattress. There is no knot left behind, only the smooth, even thickness of braided hemp or twisted flax, worn thin in places by the constant pull and release, yet never frayed beyond repair. You imagine how it would have felt under your palm as you drew it down. Cool at first, then warmed by your skin, then held there for a moment, just long enough to feel the slight resistance before surrendering to gravity. The fabric on the side cornices still clings to its wood, though the glue has long since turned brittle. It does not peel. It does not lift. It rests as if it had always been meant to be part of the structure, not pasted on, but grown into. The floral pattern is no longer bright, but the blue remains in the fibers like a memory held deep beneath the surface, untouched by sun or soap. You can see how the dye settled unevenly where the resist paste was pressed thickly against the cloth. Some areas darker, some nearly pale, as if the pattern had been whispered into place rather than stamped. The petals are blurred now, their edges softened by decades of folding and unfolding, but the shape is still clear. A single bloom, full and open, rising from a stem that curves just enough to follow the contour of the cornice. You do not need to know who tied the knots at the ends of the cords. You only feel how they were tied with patience, with care, not for show, but so that the pull would be even on both sides, so that the curtain would rise without twisting, without catching. The ends are tucked beneath the bed's frame, hidden from sight, secured not by a bow or a buckle, but by a simple overhand knot pressed flat against the wood, as if it had been there since the day the bed was first assembled. You imagine how one hand might have held the cord taut while the other looped and tightened, the fingers moving slowly, deliberately. No rush, no need to hurry. The pulleys do not turn when you breathe. They wait. Their wood is lighter now than it once was, sanded by time into a surface that does not catch, does not resist. You think of how they would have spun in the morning when the curtains were drawn up, slow at first, then gathering momentum as the fabric lifted, catching on itself in soft fold. They bowed just slightly, as if they had once held more fabric than they were meant to carry. Or perhaps, as if the air in this room, over many winters, had swollen them gently with moisture, and then dried them back again, until their shapes settled into something quieter, more human. You close your eyes a little deeper now. The space above you is not empty. It holds the memory of cloth falling, rising, settling not as movement, but as presence. You do not need to see it to know it was there. You only need to feel how stillness can carry weight, how silence can remember motion. The cords remain where they lie. The pulleys wait. The rings, though empty now, still curve upward in the pattern they were meant to follow. And you, still here, still breathing, know, without needing to name it. This bed was never made for haste. It was built for patience, for holding, for letting go, slowly, again and again. The cords lie loose now, slack as dried vines after rain has passed. No tension remains, no pull to speak of, but their path is still clear, tracing from ring to pulley to cornice, then down again in gentle arcs that never quite touch the floor. You can see how each length was cut just long enough to reach the footboard without dragging, knotted once at the end and left to hang, not tied off, not secured with a cleat or hook, just resting where gravity settled it after years of being lifted and lowered. There is no sign of fraying, though the fibers have thinned in places where they brushed against wood worn smooth by countless passes through pulley grooves that never needed oiling, because the wood itself had learned to turn without resistance. You trace the curve of one cord with your mind, not with fingers, not yet, but as a shape remembered by stillness. It rises from the ring near the foot, where fabric once gathered in soft pleats, then arcs upward toward the side cornice, bending just slightly before disappearing into its wooden wheel. That bend is no accident. It was shaped by repeated motion, each pull drawing the cord taut enough to lift, but never so hard that it bit into the wood or snapped against the edge of a pulley rim. The groove inside the wheel is shallow and even, carved not with precision tools, but with hands that knew when to stop, the depth just enough to hold without gripping, wide enough to let the twine glide as if it had always belonged there. Above you, the cornices still hold their shape, not rigid, not stiffened by varnish or paint, but softened by time into something closer to breath than structure. The blue cotton has faded where light touched it most, and darker in the folds that were pressed together night after night. You do not see the seams, but you feel them. Tiny ridges beneath your imagined touch, places where one length of fabric met another, stitched with thread so fine it has nearly vanished, leaving only the faintest shadow of its passage. The stitching was never meant to be seen. It was meant to hold quietly as the curtain moved. The pulley wheels are not all identical. One near the head is slightly smaller than the others, its rim thinner, its axle a touch more worn. You wonder if it was replaced once, perhaps after years of use when the original had begun to groan. But even then, someone chose another piece from what remained, matched as best they could by eye and hand, not by measure. There is no mark on it to say whose work it was. No maker's name carved beneath its rim. Only silence. You notice how the rings cling to their curve, not straight across, but rising in a slow slope toward the center of each cornice, as if designed for hands that knew where weight gathered where fabric pooled most naturally when drawn up. Each ring is small enough to slip between thumb and forefinger, yet heavy enough to hold its place once set. They are made of iron, thin-walled, and cast in simple molds, their surfaces dulled by salt air or the touch of damp cloth over many winters. No polish ever touched them. Only time has smoothed what was rough. The ropes pass through each ring with room to breathe, never tight, never pinched, and then vanish into the pulley's hollow heart. You imagine how they moved in the stillness before dawn, slow at first, as if reluctant to disturb sleep, then steadier when morning came and someone reached for them without thinking, fingers finding cord by memory alone. The headpiece remains bare now. No cloth hangs there, but its nail holes tell a story, not of decoration, but of weight. Each hole sits where fabric once gathered, pressed down by the pull of gravity and the warmth of bodies beneath it. The spacing between them is irregular, not because the maker was careless, but because the cloth changed over time, heavier in winter, lighter in summer, or perhaps folded differently each season to let fresh air reach the wood. There are no patterns among the holes, no symmetry, no order, but there is rhythm, a quiet one. You do not need to know how often it was replaced. You only feel its absence now. The way the space above you holds a shape that is empty but still present, like an echo held in bone.
The cornices bow again, not much, barely enough to notice, just enough so that when curtains were drawn up, they did not hang straight down from their edges, but gathered slightly inward, as if cradling the air between them. That curve was never planned with a compass or ruler. It came from the wood itself, bending under the weight of fabric and moisture over years until it found its own balance. And still, you are here, still listening, not to sound, not to motion, but to what remains when movement has stopped. The pulleys wait, the rings hold their curve, the cords rest where they were last left, and somewhere in this quiet, the bed remembers how to rise and fall without being asked. The ropes lie still now, slack but never loose, each strand holding its own memory of tension, curled gently where it passed over the pulley's edge, as if the wood had learned to cradle it. You can almost see how the fibers softened with time, not from wear alone, but from repeated contact with damp fingers in winter mornings, when breath still fogged the air and hands moved slowly, unwilling to break the quiet. There is no shine left on them, no gloss of wax or oil, but a quiet matte dullness, like old linen left too long in shadow. They do not fray at the ends,
They simply thin, as if each strand had given up a little bit of itself with every lift and fall, until what remains feels more like breath than thread. You trace the path where the cord vanished into the cornice's hollow back, not through sight, but through the sense that it still connects, somewhere beneath the fabric, to the rings that rise in their gentle arc. The pulleys do not turn now, but you imagine how they once did, each one a small wheel of turned wood, its groove worn just enough to hold the rope without biting into it, smooth as a river stone held too long in the palm. There is no metal axle visible, only the faintest suggestion of where it once spun. A tiny depression in the wood, barely deeper than a fingernail's mark, yet deep enough to have guided motion for decades. The fabric on the side cornices still clings to its shape, though the nails that held it are gone. You feel how the cloth once stretched taut over the carved relief, how the flowers and leaves beneath pressed upward, like roots pushing through soil, until the weave caught every contour, every curve of the wood's hidden design. The blue has faded, not all at once, but in stages. First, the shadow softened, then the centers of petals lost their depth, until what remains is a whisper of color, held by the cotton's own memory of dye. You do not see the stitches that bound the curtain to the cornice beneath the carved edge, only the faintest indentation where fabric was pinned before being nailed, as if the wood remembers how it once held something heavy. The nails themselves are gone now, but their holes remain small and dark, spaced just wide enough to allow the cloth to gather without tearing. There is no pattern to their placement, not because they were haphazardly driven, but because the fabric changed. A heavier weave in autumn, a thinner one in spring, each time adjusted so that the curtain would fall with the same soft weight, the same quiet drag against the air. The headpiece's nail holes form no line, no symmetry, just clusters of small depressions where cloth was anchored and then released, perhaps once a season, perhaps more. The wood beneath them is slightly lighter in tone, not from sun, but from being touched again and again by unseen hands, fingers brushing over the surface as they pulled or tucked, never looking, always knowing. You feel the curve of the foot cornice now, how it slopes ever so slightly upward at its ends, not to match the sides, but because that was how the wood settled. The birch bent under the weight of fabric and time until its own grain found a resting place. There is no design in it, not drawn, not measured, but a quiet surrender to gravity, to moisture. to seasons passing behind closed doors. The cords rest where they were last pulled, slightly taut near the foot, slack at the head, as if still holding the ghost of motion. You do not need to know who last drew them up or lowered them down, only that they were touched, that they moved. And now, in this silence, they wait, not for you to act, but because they have always waited. The pulleys do not creak anymore. They do not sigh, but somewhere deep within the wood, in the joints where mortise meets tenon, there is still a faint hum of remembered movement, a vibration held in grain, in glue, in the slow settling of centuries. You feel it not with your ears, but with the quiet part of you that remembers how to listen when nothing else is speaking. And still, the fabric holds its shape, not because it must, but because it once did, and something in its weave refuses to forget. The air above you does not move, but it remembers how it used to be covered. You are here, and so is this. Still, always. The cords lie where they settled after the last pull, softly looped near the foot, their ends resting just above the floor's edge, as if they had been released without haste, without urgency, as though the hand that let go knew the night would come again. You trace the path of one strand with your mind, not by sight, but by the way the air still carries its faint tension, a threadbare memory of motion drawn taut between pulley and ring. The rope is not coarse, nor finely spun. It is something in between, woven tight enough to hold without biting into the wood, thin enough to slip through fingers without catching. It has worn smooth where it passed over the small wheels, so smooth that the fibers have begun to blur together, as if each strand had slowly melted into its neighbor under years of gentle friction. There is no knot at the end, only a slight thickening where the cord was tied once and then untied again, perhaps many times, until the twist became permanent. A curl in the fiber that no longer straightens even when slack. You notice how the pulley wheels do not sit flush with the cornice. They are slightly recessed, as if carved into the wood after the fabric had been attached, so that the rope might ride lower and never catch on the edge of the carved floral relief. The wood around each wheel is darker, not stained, but polished by the constant glide of twine, a slow darkening from touch alone, like skin growing calloused over time. The pulleys themselves are not turned on a lathe. They are shaped by hand, their edges rounded with a knife, their centers hollowed just enough to hold the cord without pinching. You can imagine the maker's thumb testing each one, pressing lightly against its rim to feel for any roughness, any unevenness that might catch and fray. The rings along the curtain's back edge are not brass nor iron. They are small loops of twisted wire bent by hand from a single strand, their surfaces dulled with age until they look like part of the fabric itself. They rise in a gentle curve, following the line of the cornice above, each one placed just far enough apart to allow the cloth to fold without pulling too tightly or sagging into folds that would never lift cleanly. You feel how the weight of the curtain was distributed, not by symmetry, but by instinct. Some rings are closer together near the center, where the fabric hung heaviest. Others spread wider at the edges, where the cloth thinned and needed less support. There is no rule to their spacing, only repetition born of trial. The fabric beneath your fingertips, though you cannot touch it now, is still held in place by the ghost of nails. You imagine how each one was driven just below the carved lip, angled slightly inward, so that when the curtain fell, its edge would not catch or lift, but settle like a sigh against the frame. The holes are small, irregular, some deeper than others, not because the nails were unevenly struck, but because the wood changed with the seasons. In winter, it shrank, pulling taut. In summer, it swelled, loosening its grip. Each time, the curtain was replaced. The nail found a new home. You do not see the corners where the side cornices meet the footpiece, but you sense them. The mortise and tenon joints are tight now, but once they must have breathed. You feel how the air moved between them in still nights when the curtains were lowered and the room grew quiet. There was no draft then, only the slow exchange of warmth held close, trapped under fabric, beneath wood, Within the curve of the bed's frame, the headpiece holds its own silence. The nail holes there are deeper, clustered like seeds scattered by wind. They do not follow a line, nor form a border. They simply exist where cloth was pinned and then removed, again and again, as if someone reached up each morning to tuck it behind the posts, or lowered it at dusk without looking, guided only by the memory of its weight. You notice how the fabric on the side cornices still clings, not tightly, but with a kind of patience. It does not sag, nor curl away from the wood. It lies as if waiting, its blue dimmed to something closer to twilight than day, its flowers softened into suggestions, their stems now more imagined than seen. And still, the cords rest. The pulleys do not turn, but somewhere in the grain, in the slow settling of birch and pine, there is a quiet rhythm that has never fully stopped. It does not speak. It does not call. It simply waits, as it always has, until the next hand reaches for it, until the next night comes, and the curtains are drawn once more. The cords lie slack now, their fibers softened by decades of stillness, each strand worn thin where it once passed over the pulley's rim. No frayed ends, no unraveling, just a gradual surrender to time, as if the rope remembered how to breathe when no one was watching. You imagine the way they hung after being lowered, not dangling straight, but curling slightly at their ends, weighted by gravity and the quiet damp of evening air. They did not kink or twist in knots. There was no haste in their hanging, only the slow settling that comes from knowing the motion would be repeated. The pulleys themselves do not gleam. They have lost any shine they ever held, but you can trace where the cord once turned, how it wore a groove so faint it is felt more than seen, like the memory of a finger tracing an old scar. You think of the way the fabric responded to each pull, not with resistance, but with surrender. The blue cotton did not cling or snap back. It flowed downward as if exhaling, its floral patterns folding into themselves in gentle waves, never creasing sharply, always settling just beyond the edge of the bed frame where wood met air. You sense how the weight pulled evenly across the rings, each one bearing a fraction less than the last, so that when lowered fully, the curtain draped like water pooled at the foot of a stone basin, smooth, deep, silent. The cornices hold their shape not because they are rigid, but because they were never meant to be. The birch and pine beneath the fabric have bent slightly over time, not broken, not warped, but curved in the most subtle way, as if bowing under the weight of seasons repeated too many times to count. You feel how the carved patterns on their surfaces still catch the ghost of light. Those pierced shapes, once sharp with tool marks, now softened by dust and touch, and you imagine how they might have cast shadows at dusk. Tiny blossoms and vines dancing across a sleeper's eyelids when curtains were half drawn, just enough to let in moonlight without letting go of warmth. There is no trace left of the adhesive that once held fabric to wood. You know it was applied with care, not thickly, not sloppily, but spread thinly along the lip where curve met edge, so that the cloth would lie flat and still, as if grown from the frame itself. The nails are gone now, but you can still feel their absence, the small depressions in the wood where they once held fast, each one a silent anchor for something meant to rise and fall without complaint. You do not hear it anymore, but you remember how the cords might have whispered against the pulleys when first drawn upward. Not a creak, not a squeak, just a sigh of fiber on wood, low and steady, like breath held, then released. And when lowered again at night, there was no thud, no slap. The fabric settled with the quiet certainty of dusk settling over fields after harvest. The headpiece's holes are deeper than those along the sides, not because more force was used, but because that cloth was lifted higher each morning, folded back in folds too many to count. The nails there were driven not into solid grain, but into the thinner edge where end met post, and so they held less tightly, required more patience from the hand that pulled them free. You feel how the air between the curtains changed when lowered, not cold, not warm, but still, held, like a breath caught in the throat before sleep. The fabric did not block it all, it softened it. Let warmth gather where bodies lay. Let sound dull into hums. Let movement become suggestion rather than motion. You do not see the knots at the ends of the cords, but you know they are there, tied simply, without flourish. A single half hitch, perhaps, or two loops slipped through each other and pulled snug. No bow, no decorative twist, just function made quiet. They rest where they were left, tucked beneath the foot cornice, out of sight, but never forgotten. The wood does not creak when you think about it, but in your mind, you hear how it might have sighed on a winter night when the air was dry and sharp, and every joint tightened just enough to remind whoever lay there that this bed had held others before, that it would hold more after. You do not know who last pulled those cords. You only know they were pulled, and then left, and then pulled, again and again, until one day the pulling stopped, not with a finality, but with a pause so long it became stillness. The fabric remembers its shape even now, its folds pressed into memory by time, not force. The blue has faded to something closer to seafoam than sky, and the flowers have lost their centers, but you can still trace them in your mind. Each petal once full, each stem once straight, now softened by light and touch, and still the pulleys wait. The cords rest, the cornices hold. You are not alone here, not because there is a presence beside you, but because this bed has never truly let go of those who slept within it. The cords lie where they were last left, coiled just slightly, as if still remembering the tension of a hand's pull. You can imagine how they rested against the underside of the foot cornice, pressed flat by time and dust, not bent or frayed, but softened into the shape of quiet repetition. No knot is visible, yet you know it exists. Not tied for show, not looped with care for ornament, but bound in a way that holds without gripping, releases without slipping. The twine is thin enough to slip between fingers without resistance, thick enough to carry the weight of draped cloth through seasons of stillness and movement. You do not touch it, but you sense its presence, the faintest suggestion of fiber against wood, as if the air itself has grown slightly heavier where the cord rests. The pulleys are small, no larger than a thumbnail, set flush into the carved edges of each cornice. Their surfaces are worn smooth, not by friction alone, but by years of repeated motion that never rushed, never tugged too hard. You can almost feel how they turned. Slow, deliberate, turning on an axle so lightly oiled it left no trace, only silence. There is no metal here, only wood shaped into circles, bored through with a drill bit whose bite has long since blurred into the grain. The edges of each wheel are slightly rounded, as if carved not for precision, but for comfort. The kind of rounding that comes from being held often, turned often, treated like something meant to be lived with, not admired. The rings along the curtain's back edge rise in a gentle arc, not straight, not geometric, but curved just enough to follow the natural fall of fabric when drawn upward. You can picture how they caught on the cord, each one a tiny loop, stitched or hammered into place, holding fast without pinching. They do not gleam, they do not shine. They are simply there, small, dull, unremarkable, until you see them in motion, lifting the cloth as though drawn by breath rather than rope. When lowered, they settle back into place with a whisper of fabric sliding over itself. Each ring finding its neighbor like fingers settling into the curve of an old hand. The blue cotton has faded where light touched it most. The top edge of the side cornices, where morning sun slipped through uncurtained windows in summer months. The floral pattern is still whole, but the centers of the blooms have softened into pale ghosts. Petals now more suggestion than color, stems dissolving slightly at their edges as if painted with water rather than dye. You do not know what plant inspired them. Not rose, not peony, not tulip, but you see how they were arranged. Clusters that did not repeat exactly, each blossom placed just far enough apart to breathe, yet close enough to form a rhythm across the length of the curtain. The fabric is woven tightly, but not so tightly it resists warmth. You can't imagine how it held heat, not by trapping air like wool, but by slowing its escape, letting body, warmth rise and linger in the space between cloth and bedstead. At night, when the room grew colder than breath, the curtains would settle like a second skin, close enough to muffle the draft that slipped beneath the door, yet open enough to let the faintest breeze stir if the window was cracked just so. The headpiece's holes are spaced unevenly, not because they were poorly made, but because the cloth was adjusted often, sometimes pulled taut for daylight, sometimes gathered loosely when the air felt heavy or the sheets too warm. The nail holes there tell no story of haste. They speak instead of patience. A hand reaching up in dim light to find the edge. Tug gently, fold once, twice, then let go. You are not sleeping yet, but you feel how this bed would have waited for you, not with urgency, not with expectation, but with the quiet certainty of something that has held many bodies before and will hold many more after your own stillness comes. The wood remembers pressure. The pulleys remember motion. The fabric remembers warmth. And somewhere deep in the grain of the birch, in the hollow where tenon meets mortise, there is a memory not of force, but of care. You do not need to name it. You only need to rest. The chords are still. The cornices hold. The room is quiet. The cords hang slack now, their ends resting where they were last tied, not knotted tightly, but looped loosely around a nailhead worn smooth by years of fingers, finding purchase in the dark. You can see how the twine has grown soft with use, its fibers loosened just enough to yield beneath pressure without fraying, as if it learned over time not to resist, but to give. There is no knot at the end, only a gentle curl where the rope met its anchor, and even that has faded into the wood's shadow, indistinguishable from the grain's own curve. The pulleys turn without sound, because nothing pulls against them now. No hand lifting, no weight descending, but you imagine how once they moved with such quiet rhythm, each rotation a half breath drawn in silence. The fabric rising, as if lifted by something deeper than muscle. The blue cotton still clings to the cornices where it was nailed, not with force, but with patience, each tack placed just deep enough to hold without splitting the carved edge. You can trace in your mind how the cloth settled after being pinned, the way it draped over the carved patterns beneath, softening their sharpness, muffling their detail until they became a texture rather than an image. The flowers no longer stand out as distinct shapes. They are felt more than seen, like memories of color left behind on the eyelids after sunlight fades. Where the fabric met the headpiece's nail holes, it was gathered slightly, not folded, but pleated by habit. Each gather a little different in size and depth, as if adjusted once too often to count. never corrected, always accepted. The wood beneath is cool to the touch, not cold, not damp, but quietly so, as though it has spent decades holding still while warmth passed over it like tide. You feel how the birch has settled into itself, its grain no longer rigid with youth but relaxed, almost breathing in slow waves along the length of each rail. The mortise and tenon joints are tight, not because they were glued or sealed, but because time has filled them with stillness. There is no creak here, not now, not ever again. But you remember how once, when the curtains were drawn at dusk, there might have been a sigh from the frame itself, a settling, as if the whole structure had been waiting for this moment. The curtain's weight pulling down, the rings sliding into place, the cord releasing its tension with a final soft exhale. The cornices are not straight in their alignment, not perfectly level, not rigidly parallel, but they do not tilt either. They sit as though chosen by eye rather than measured by rule. Each one angled just enough to catch the curtain's fall without pulling it askew. You can imagine how a hand would have tested them before bed, fingers brushing along the edge, testing for slack, checking that the fabric lay evenly from head to foot, ensuring no draft could slip through where cloth met frame. There was no need for precision here, not because skill was lacking, but because perfection was not the goal. Comfort was. The pulley wheels, though small, carried the full weight of the curtain's descent. You notice how their edges have worn into a shallow dish, the wood slightly hollowed where the cord has circled it hundreds, perhaps thousands of times. There is no groove, no notch, but a gentle concavity, like the impression left by a thumb pressed too long against soft clay. The rope does not bite, it glides, and when lowered at night, it does so without a single squeak. Not because the wood was oiled, but because it had learned to hold still, to accept motion without resistance. You are not aware of the curtains now, but you feel their presence as a quiet pressure against the air around you. They do not touch your skin, yet they shape the space above you like breath held just beneath the surface of sleep. The room is still, and so is this bed, not empty, but full of rest. It does not demand attention. It does not ask for thanks. It only holds. And when the last light left the fabric long ago, it did not vanish. It settled into the weave, becoming part of its quietness. The blue has faded, yes, but not to gray, not to white, to something softer, a memory of color kept alive by touch and time. And you, lying here, are not waking up. You are being held. And that is enough. The cord, when still, lies curled just beyond reach, not coiled tightly, but loosely looped over the edge of the footboard, as though it had been set down without thought, knowing it would be picked up again. Its fibers have softened beyond twine's original stiffness, each strand now yielding like dried moss beneath a slow thumb. You trace its path with your mind, not by sight, but by memory of tension. How it passed through the first ring near the foot cornice, then rose in a gentle arc to meet the pulley embedded just below the fabric's edge, then crossed again toward the side where another ring held it just enough to keep the curtain from sagging inward. There is no knot at the end, only a frayed termination, worn smooth by repeated fingers, pulling, not yanking, never jerking, and letting go with the quiet certainty of routine. You feel how the wood beneath your fingertips still holds the shape of those hands. How the grain along the rail has been worn faintly concave, where palms once rested while adjusting the drape, not from pressure alone, but from patience. The same touch, applied again and again at dusk, as if checking that the curtain's weight was properly distributed, that no fold had caught on a nail head or slipped too far into the corner. The fabric itself, though faded, still carries the memory of being pinned, not with metal, not with stitching, but with countless tiny nails, each one driven just deep enough to hold without tearing. You imagine how the cloth would have trembled slightly when first fastened, caught between the sharpness of iron and the softness of woven cotton, before settling into its place like a sigh given form. The pulley wheels, though small, turn with no resistance now, not because They've been oiled in years past, but because their inner bearing has long since surrendered to stillness, there is no metal inside them, only turned wood shaped by hand from the same birch as the frame. And over time, the rope's motion has smoothed the hollow where it spins into a shallow basin, so even that the fibers glide without friction. You do not hear it move, but you sense its readiness. How, if your hand were to reach for it now, the cord would lift without resistance, lifting with it the curtain in slow, folded waves, each pleat unfolding like breath returning after sleep. The headpiece, plain and unadorned, holds no ornament, only rows of nail holes, spaced close enough that the cloth above must have been gathered into a shallow cascade, not draped, but drawn inward slightly at its center, as if to cradle the space where a pillow once rested. There is no trace of tassels or fringe, no embroidery, only the ghost of fabric's edge, pressed flat against wood by countless nails, each one holding not for beauty, but for function, to keep warmth from escaping upward when night thickened around the room. You notice how the corners where side and head meet are slightly thicker, where the mortise and tenon joint has been planed just a hair more than the rest, so that the fabric's edge would lie flush without bulging. No glue was used to bind them, but the wood swelled over time with humidity, then shrank again in dryness, and in doing so, locked itself tighter than any adhesive ever could. There is no gap now, not even a sliver of air between pieces. The silence there is not empty. It is full of patience. The blue of the fabric, though dimmed, still holds its depth where shadows gather, near the foot cornice, where light never reached fully, or along the inner fold where curtains were drawn tightest at night. It is not washed often, not because it was neglected, but because washing meant taking it down, and taking it down meant undoing what had been carefully arranged. So it stayed, absorbing the scent of sleep, the faint dust of wool blankets, the quiet residue of candle smoke that drifted upward when the room grew still. You do not know how many times those curtains were lowered before you arrived here, but you feel their history in the way they rest now, neither taut nor slack, but suspended in a balance only time can teach. The rings, small and iron rusted at their edges, have bent slightly outward where the cord pulled hardest, each one tilted just enough to guide the rope along its arc without catching. You imagine how a finger would have brushed them before bed, not to clean, not to polish, but simply to feel that they were there, still working. And when you close your eyes now, the space above you does not feel empty. It feels attended, as if the structure remembers what it was made for and holds itself gently in that memory, waiting only for breath to return. You feel the weight of the air above you, thickened by time, resting gently on the fabric, as though it has learned to settle without hurry. The curtain's folds, once shaped by hands that moved with quiet purpose, now hold their shape not from tension, but from surrender. Each pleat a memory of motion preserved in fiber, softened further by years of stillness. The blue faded where light touched most often, deepens again near the inner seams where the cloth folded inward during the longest nights, pressed between wood and wool, shielded from every draft that might have slipped through the cracks beneath the door or around the window frame. You do not hear it breathe, but you sense how the fabric has learned to hold warmth like a slow exhale, releasing only when the room grows warm with morning. The pulleys, though motionless now, still carry the shape of their use, each one worn into an oval by the constant friction of rope against wood, the grain smooth so thoroughly that no trace remains of the chisel's first mark. The cord, braided from hemp or flax, has frayed slightly at its ends, not torn, but unraveled in small, careful threads, as if it knew when to let go. It passes through each ring without resistance, sliding over iron that has grown thin with age, its surface pitted not by rust alone, but by the repeated touch of fingers adjusting tension before sleep. You imagine those fingers, bare perhaps, or wrapped in woolen gloves stitched tight at the knuckles, not pulling hard, never yanking, just guiding, as one might guide a child's hand through the dark. The cornices curve slightly upward toward their centers, not by accident, but by design. The wood bent ever so gently under pressure during assembly, then allowed to settle into that arch over months of seasonal shifts. The fabric stretched taut across them has followed that same arc, never sagging, always holding its dome-like form, as if meant to gather warmth like a cup gathers steam. You notice how the floral pattern, though worn in places, still traces its path along the curve, petals bending with the wood's rise, stems following the contour as though they grew there not printed. No paint was used, only dye fixed by mordant and time, clinging stubbornly to fibers that refused to give up their color. The rings are spaced unevenly, not sloppily, but intentionally, closer together where the curtain would have been drawn most tightly, farther apart near the corners where movement was less frequent. This spacing suggests a rhythm known not through measurement, but through repetition. The same pull each night, the same release each morning, the same slight hesitation before letting go. You feel how the cord has worn its own path along the edge of the cornice, not eroding the wood, but smoothing it further, as if the rope itself had become a tool of patience. There is no brass here, no gilding, no veneer to hide the grain, only birch and pine left bare beneath the cloth, their scent still faint in the crevices where dust has settled over decades. You can almost feel the warmth that once lived between them, the heat rising from bodies below, the breath held close against the chill of winter nights. The slow transfer of life into wood, into fabric, into rope. The headpiece's nail holes are deeper on one side than the other, not because it was hung crookedly, but because the cloth above it shifted slightly with each season, pulled tauter when winds came through the cracks, looser when damp settled in from the ground. The ropes do not hang straight down. They angle just a fraction toward the foot of the bed, drawn by gravity and the weight of the curtains themselves. You can trace their path in your mind, how they rise from the rings, curve around the pulleys, then descend again to where hands once held them, perhaps near a chair tucked beside the bed or along the edge of a dresser worn smooth by years of rest. You do not know who tied the final knot at the end of the cord, but you feel its presence. Small, neat, wrapped twice around itself, and tucked beneath a loose fold of fabric so that it would not catch on anything. No bow, no flourish, just function made quiet. The air above you is still. Structure holds everything it was meant to hold, not because it is strong, but because it has learned how to wait. The cord lies slack now, resting just above the floorboards where it has settled into a curve shaped by countless nights of release. Not dropped, never thrown, but allowed to find its own rest, as if the weight of the day had simply dissolved into the air and left only this quiet coil behind. You watch how the fibers have begun to separate slightly at the ends, not frayed from force, but softened through slow surrender, each strand loosening in time with the seasons, untangling itself without resistance. There is no knot tied to a nail, no hook buried in the wall. Only the rope's own length coiled gently against the base of the bedstead, as though it remembers where it belongs, even when unheld. You trace its path backward in your mind, how it climbs from the floor, rises through the pulley's hollow wheel, then bends again to meet the next ring. Not with tension, but with a slow, even curve that mirrors the arc of the cornice above. The wood beneath the fabric has grown warm over time, not from heat alone, but from stillness, from the pressure of repeated contact, from the breath that once lingered near it before slipping into sleep. You imagine the way the air moved between the curtains when they were lowered, a pocket formed by cloth and wood, sealed just enough to hold warmth close, yet never so tight that the night became stifling. The fabric, though thin in places, still resists the pull of draft, not through thickness, but through density of weave, threads packed together, not for strength, but for patience. The pulleys are small, no larger than a thumb's joint, each one carved from dense hardwood and set into the cornice with such care that the wheel turns without a whisper. There is no metal axle visible, only the wood itself, hollowed just enough to cradle the rope, its grain aligned so that the friction of motion would not split it over years. You notice how the surface has darkened unevenly, darker where the cord rubbed most often, lighter where the dust settled untouched for months at a time. The difference is subtle, almost invisible, unless you have been still long enough to see the slow rhythm of wear. The rings, too, have changed, not rusted, not bent, but worn smooth along their inner edges, as if touched daily by fingers that never grasped them tightly, only guided. You can feel how each ring's curve matches the natural bend of a thumb pressing gently against it. Not enough to dig in, just enough to steady. The cord slides through them without catching, even now, after so many years, because no force was ever used to hurry the motion. It was never pulled up with urgency, nor dropped suddenly at night. There was time for each adjustment, a pause between raising and lowering, a breath held while the fabric settled into its new shape. You think of how the curtains must have moved when first hung, stiff with new dye, heavy from being folded and stored, their hems dragging slightly against the floor before being lifted by hand to their resting place. Over time, they learned the bed's rhythm, rising slowly in morning light, falling gently as dusk thickened. The fabric has not faded uniformly. The floral pattern still holds its depth where it was most shielded from sunlight, while near the edges, where air moved more freely, the blue has grown pale, almost gray, like a memory softened by distance. The cornices themselves are not straight. They lean slightly, each one different in its tilt, as if they had settled into their own private balance. The mortise and tenon joints have not split, though the wood has shifted minutely with every winter freeze and summer heat. You can see how the grain has followed that movement, swelling and receding like breath, never breaking. There is no varnish, no oil ever applied to seal it, only the natural oils from hands that brushed against it in passing, the dust of linen sheets, the slow accumulation of quiet. You notice now how the fabric at the foot cornice is narrower than those on the sides, not because it was cut smaller, but because less was needed. The curtains there did not need to close fully. They were meant only to frame, to contain, not to enclose. A sliver of light still passed through when they were lowered, just enough to mark the passage of night without breaking its peace. The ropes do not hang parallel. They drift slightly toward one another as they descend, drawn by gravity and the weight of the fabric's own fold. You can see where they have worn grooves into the edge of the wooden frame beneath them, not deep enough to be called damage, but present enough to show that this motion was repeated daily, quietly, without complaint. And still, there is no sign of haste in any part of it, no scratch from a hurried hand, no tear from a sudden pull. The structure holds not because it is rigid, but because it has learned how to yield, how to breathe with the body that slept beneath it, how to wait for the touch that would come again tomorrow and the day after that. The air around you remains still. The room does not stir. The bedstead does not creak. Only the memory of motion lingers, not as sound, but as texture in the quiet, like the ghost of a sigh caught between breaths. You trace the path the cord takes as it curls downward from the last pulley, its fibers softened by decades of passage, not frayed, not unraveling, but thinned at the surface like a leaf worn smooth by wind. The rope does not hang straight. It leans just enough to rest against the inner curve of the bedpost, where the wood has grown warm with time and still holds the memory of touch. You watch how the slack gathers in small, irregular loops, not because it was cut too long, but because each pull released only what was necessary, never more than the fabric required to settle into its draped shape. The knots at the ends are not tied tight. They are looped loosely, as if meant to be undone with a single finger. And yet, they have held without slipping, without tightening, without unraveling. There is no wax on them, no resin to stiffen their motion. Only the natural dryness of cotton grown in soil far from here, spun by hands that never knew the weight of factory bells. You think of how the cord must have felt against the palms in the early morning, when light first touched the window and the room was still cool with night's residue. The fibers would have been slightly rough then, not yet worn to silk, but not coarse enough to catch. They moved like breath drawn through linen, steady, slow, without resistance. You imagine the weight of the curtain as it began its descent. Not a sudden drop, not a snap into place, but a gradual surrender, fabric folding upon itself in gentle waves, each pleat settling with the patience of falling snow. There was no need to tug or yank, only to guide and then to let go. The pulleys themselves are small enough to rest in the palm of your hand, their edges worn not by metal friction, but by the slow turning of twine against wood. They do not spin freely, not because they are stuck, but because they have learned stillness. Each wheel has its own rhythm. One turns with a slight hesitation, as if remembering an old resistance. Another spins so lightly it seems almost unaware of motion at all. You can feel how the grooves in their surfaces are not carved, but grown, worn inward by countless revolutions, each rotation adding a whisper to the next, until the curve became perfect not from design, but from duration. The fabric beneath the cornices is nailed with tiny brass tacks, so small they could be missed if you did not know where to look. Their heads are flat and smooth, nearly flush with the wood, pressed in just deep enough to hold without splitting the grain. There are no more than a dozen along each side, spaced far enough apart that the fabric may breathe, may ripple slightly when air moves through the room. The nails have not rusted, they have darkened like old honey left in sunlight, and their tips show faint ridges where they were set by hand, not hammered with force, but tapped into place with quiet certainty. You notice how the curtain's edge has never been hemmed with thread. It was folded once, then pressed flat against the wood, as if the seam were meant to disappear. There is no stitching visible from above. only a subtle thickening where the fabric meets the cornice, like the gentle swell of skin over bone. And still, it holds, not because it is bound tightly, but because it was never meant to be torn free. The blue in the floral pattern has not faded into gray so much as dissolved into something quieter, a tone that remembers its origin without insisting on it. The petals are no longer vivid, but they remain whole, their curves still tracing the same paths they always did, wide at the center, narrowing toward the tips, as if each bloom had been drawn by someone who knew how light moves across a petal in late afternoon. You do not hear them now, but you remember how the curtains must have whispered against one another when lowered. Not a rustle like paper, but the soft sigh of cotton on cotton, like skin brushing skin after a long day. There was no curtain rod to clash or clink, only fabric sliding over fabric, each fold finding its place without hurry. And still, nothing is broken. Nothing has been replaced. The cornices do not creak when touched, not because they are rigid, but because their joints have learned to move as one. The wood does not groan, it exhales. You close your eyes, and for a moment, you feel the weight of it. The quiet dignity of a thing that asked nothing more than to be used gently again and again, without fanfare, without complaint, without need to be remembered beyond the next breath. The room holds its silence like an old promise. The bed does not call out, it waits. You let your fingers hover just above the cornice's underside, where the fabric meets the wood, not to lift or adjust, but simply to linger. The air there is cooler, not from draft, but from depth. The space between cloth and grain holding its own quiet temperature, untouched by sunlight for 2 centuries. There is no dust here, not in the way you might expect. It has settled into the weave so slowly that it became part of the fiber itself, a second skin woven through the blue and green of the flowers, softening their edges without erasing them. You do not see it unless you lean very close, and even then, you are not sure if what you are seeing is dirt or memory. The cords have worn thin in 2 places, only 2, where they looped around the pulleys for decades before settling into their final curve. One is near the footboard, where the hand that pulled it most often must have stood just slightly off-center. The other closer to the head, where a slower motion, perhaps made by someone tired or older, left its own mark in the twist of the twine. The fibers are not frayed. They are smoothed like river stones turned by water that never stops moving. You trace their path with your eyes from the ring just beneath the curtain's hem, up along the side cornice, through the pulley's hollow, then down again to a knot tied low on the bedpost, not hidden, but tucked into the shadow of the leg, where it would not catch on a passing slipper or the edge of a blanket. There is no brass fitting, no metal hook, nothing that glints or sings when touched, only wood and fiber, bound by time's quiet law. What is used gently becomes inseparable from use. The pulley wheels do not turn easily now, not because they are stiff, but because they have learned to wait. Each rotation is a breath held, then released. You imagine the cords moving through them in winter, when the air was thick with wool and candle smoke, and in summer, when the curtains were drawn back just enough to let in the sigh of evening wind without letting out the heat still trapped in the mattress. The fabric on the foot cornice is narrower than the others, not because it was cut that way for decoration, but because the bed structure required less coverage there. The pattern continues uninterrupted though. A single bloom, broken only by the seam where the wood ends and the next panel begins. You watch how the floral stem bends slightly at the joint, as if the weaver had anticipated the break and chose to let it pass without interruption. There is no repair visible, no patch, no reweave, no thread pulled from another cloth to mend a tear. It was never torn. You think of the hands that lowered these curtains each night, not in ritual, not with ceremony, but as simply as closing a book after reading the last page, not because they feared darkness, but because warmth is a quiet thing, and privacy is not always demanded. It is offered quietly by the weight of cloth falling. The headpiece, plain and uncarved, still bears its nail holes in even rows, 6 along the top edge, 5 below. You count them without moving your eyes. Each hole is small, each one a pinprick where cloth once hung, then was removed, folded, stored, returned. There is no sign of tacks there now, not because they were pulled out, but because the cloth never needed them to stay. It was held by gravity and habit, not by force. The wood does not smell of anything anymore. Not pine resin, not beeswax, not soap. Only silence. But if you press your cheek close enough, very close, you might feel the faintest echo of heat that once lingered there, trapped between the grain and the fabric, long after the last sleeper had turned. You do not need to imagine who they were. You only know that someone once reached for those chords in the dark, not searching, not fumbling, and drew them down without thought. And now, you do the same. The room holds its breath with you, and the bed still waiting. You let your breath settle into the quiet between the chords, where the air still holds the shape of their motion, slow, deliberate, never rushed. The twine, worn thin at its center by years of fingers finding it without looking, curves gently over the pulley's wooden rim as if it had learned to rest there, not just pass through. You watch how the light, when it comes, does not strike the fabric directly, but slips sideways along the carved edges of the cornice, catching only the raised tips of the floral sprays, as though the wood itself were breathing out color in slow pulses. The blue has faded to something closer to twilight, not washed out, but deepened, like a stone left in a stream too long to remember its original shade. You notice how the fabric's edge meets the wood not with glue alone, but with pressure, the kind that comes from repeated tugging, from the weight of the curtain settling back each night, pressing its hem into the groove where the carved design ends and the plain rail begins. There's no tack, no staple, no nail to hold it down, only the slow surrender of fabric to form, like moss learning the curve of a stone. The pattern does not break at the joint. The bloom continues as if the wood were only an interruption in its path, not its end. You imagine the weaver's hand pausing there, not correcting, not adjusting, but accepting that some lines must bend around structure and still remain whole. The headpiece remains silent in its simplicity. The nail holes are no longer empty. They are filled with the memory of cloth, with the ghost of folds that once draped over them, heavy with warmth, soft with use. You do not count them again. You let your gaze rest on the space between them, where the wood has darkened just slightly from the touch of countless hands brushing past in the dark, not grasping, not seeking, but guiding, always guiding, toward the cords that hang just below. The pulley wheels, though small, are not uniform. One near the foot has a slight tilt to its rim, as if it had been pulled too hard once and never quite righted itself. The others turn true, but this one holds a memory of imbalance and still works. It does not catch. It does not groan. It simply moves with the same patience as the person who used it, accepting the flaw, adjusting to it, living within its small imperfection. You think of how the cords must have felt in summer, dry and light against the palm, slipping easily through fingers that did not need to grip. And in winter, when the air was still and thick with the scent of wood smoke from the hearth below, they would have carried a faint chill, dampened slightly by the breath of someone who had just stepped away from the fire. The curtains, lowered then, were not drawn tight. They were eased down, as one might lower a curtain over a window to keep out the cold without sealing off the light entirely. There is no fringe on the edges, no tassels, no embroidery to mark ownership or status, just the plain hem, stitched with tiny even stitches that have never unraveled, not because they were strong, but because they were never pulled too hard. The fabric has worn where it brushed against the bedpost, not from friction, but from the gentle pressure of being tucked in each night, folded just so to avoid catching on the turn of a foot. You do not wonder who slept here. You only know that someone reached for those cords, not because they were afraid or lonely or seeking comfort, but because it was what one did. Like closing a door without latching it, like turning down a lamp before the wick could gutter. A small act of care, repeated until it became invisible. The cornices do not creak when you imagine them moving. They do not groan with age. They simply hold, quietly, firmly, as if they had always known their purpose was to receive, not to resist. The birch and pine are smooth now, polished by decades of passing hands, by the slow rubbing of fabric against grain, by the dust that settled and was brushed away without ever being fully removed. You let your fingers hover above the foot cornice, not touching, just near, and feel the warmth still trapped in its depth. Not heat from fire, not heat from body, but the kind of warmth that lingers when something has been used with tenderness for a long time. The sort that does not fade with years, but deepens. The pulley nearest your hand turns slightly under the weight of your breath, just a fraction, enough to know it still remembers how to move. You do not pull. You only let the silence settle deeper, and the bed, waiting, waits with you. The cords lie just beyond reach now, slack but not limp, as if they remember how to hold tension without needing to use it. Their texture has softened over time, not from wear, but from repetition. Pull gently again and again until the fibers lost their stiffness and learned to yield without fraying. You watch them settle where they rest against the carved edge of the foot cornice, where the wood dips slightly inward, forming a shallow cradle that holds the twine in place as though it had always belonged there. There is no knot at the end, no tassel to weigh it down or mark its purpose, just the bare termination, smoothed by years of being drawn through fingers that never gripped hard enough to fray it, never twisted it into a shape that wouldn't unwind. You imagine how the fabric of the curtains must have moved when lowered, not with a rush, not with a sigh, but in slow, even folds, each pleat settling as though it had been taught where to rest. The blue resist cotton, heavy with dye, but thin in weave, would have draped without stiffness, clinging just enough to the rings to follow their curve upward along the side cornices, then falling again into soft gathers at the foot. No pins held them, no hooks secured them, only the weight of the cloth itself and the quiet pull of gravity kept them where they were meant to be. The pulley wheels are small enough to fit between your thumb and forefinger, yet their rims have worn smooth from endless turns. You can see how the rope has carved a slight groove into each one, not deep, not sharp, but just enough to show that motion was constant, habitual. One wheel near the head end bears a faint mark on its rim, like a single scrape made long ago by a nail or ring caught in the cord. It does not hinder the turn, it only remembers. You think of how the fabric must have felt against skin when lowered at night. Not scratchy, not stiff, but cool and close. The way wool can be before it is fully worn in. The pattern, though faded now, once held its color with quiet dignity. Blooms large enough to be seen from across the room. Stems curling as if caught mid-breeze. Leaves overlapping like layered hands. There was no gold thread, no silver, just the deep blue and the white of the ground cloth pressed together and resist dye. A method that left the design not painted on, but born from absence. The cornices themselves are carved with open work patterns, not for show alone, but because light needed to pass through even when curtains were drawn. Small stars, spirals, and paired dots pierce the wood just beneath the fabric edge, allowing slivers of candle glow or moonlight to slip inward when the room was darkened. You imagine how that light would have danced on the ceiling, not brightly, not wildly, but in slow shifting patches, like breath held against glass. The mortise and tenon joints between the upper pieces are tight now, sealed by time and the slow compression of seasonal shifts. There is no glue visible, no nail driven through. Just wood, shaped to fit wood, each tenon tapered, just so, to slide in with resistance that never became refusal. You can see how the grain runs uninterrupted across the join, how the birch on one side flows into the pine on the other without interruption, as if they had always been meant to meet there. The headpiece remains bare of fabric now, its surface pocked with dozens of tiny nail holes arranged in 2 parallel rows. They are evenly spaced, shallow, and clean, not hammered haphazardly, but placed with care.
A cloth must have been pinned along that edge, draped over the top like a veil, then tucked beneath the mattress to hold it steady. You do not imagine its color or pattern, only that it moved when pulled, when lifted in the morning, when lowered at night, and that it never tore. The air around the bed is still, not silent. The room hums faintly with the settling of old wood, but undisturbed by motion. The cords hang without tremor. The pulleys rest without protest. Even the fabric on the cornices, though brittle in places, holds its shape as if waiting, not for someone to use it again, but because that is what it was made for. You do not reach for them. You only let your breath slow until it matches the rhythm of the room, the same rhythm that once filled this space, night after night, without urgency or thought. The wood remembers how to be warm, and so does the silence. The cords lie slack now, their fibers softened by decades of handling, each strand worn thinner at the points where fingers once gripped them, never tightly, never urgently, just enough to guide the fabric into place. You can see how the twine has curled slightly where it loops around the pulley's axle, as if it had learned the shape of its own motion, and now rests in that curve,
without resistance. There is no knot tied at the end, no tassel, just a gentle fray, like the last breath of a sigh left hanging in the air. The ends are tucked beneath the bed frame's lower rail, hidden from sight, but still connected to the rings, to the curtains, to the quiet rhythm of rising and falling that once marked the turning of each day. You do not pull them. You only let your eyes follow their path along the edge of the cornice, where they disappear into the carved wood like threads drawn through a loom. The holes through which they pass are smooth, polished by repeated passage, each one just large enough to allow the cord to turn without catching or fraying. There is no metal sheathing, no brass guide, only wood, shaped with patience, worn by repetition, holding the movement as if it were a memory held in grain. The curtains themselves hang now in stillness, their fabric folded in soft, uneven layers, where they once pooled at the foot of the bed. You can see how the blue has faded to something quieter, not gray, not dull, but a shade that remembers its depth, like water seen through ice. The floral pattern is no longer sharp, but the shapes remain. Petals rounded as if pressed by time's gentle hand. Stems bending in slow arcs that still suggest motion, even when still. There are places where the dye has thinned near the seams, where the fabric was folded and refolded during washing. Each crease a quiet record of care taken, not for display, but for preservation. The nails that held the curtains to the underside of the cornices are small, iron, their heads worn nearly flat. They do not gleam. They do not rust visibly. Only the faintest darkening at their tips suggests age, like shadows clinging to the inside of a closed drawer. The fabric was never stitched, only pinned, then pressed against the carved edge so that the pattern aligned with the pierced designs beneath. When lowered, the blooms would rest just above the wood's open work, as if growing from it, not attached, but emerging. You do not imagine how many times the cords were pulled in winter mornings, when the air still held the chill of night and warmth was a thing to be drawn close. You do not imagine how often they were lifted in summer evenings, when the room grew heavy with heat and the curtains became a screen against late light. The mechanism did not ask for choice. It only waited for hands, for habit, for the quiet turn from waking to resting. The headpiece's nail holes remain aligned as they always were. 2 rows of tiny punctures running parallel like lines in an old ledger. You do not know what cloth once hung there, only that it was light enough to be moved by hand and long enough to drape just past the top rail, softening the line where wood met ceiling. It may have been linen, it may have been cotton, but it did not shimmer, it did not gleam. It simply settled as fabric does when it is meant to belong. The cornices are cool beneath your imagined touch, not cold, but alive with the memory of warmth. The birch and pine, joined without glue or metal, still hold their shape because they were never forced into rigidity. They breathe. They shift with humidity, with season, with time, and yet they remain whole. You think of how little pressure was needed to raise the curtains. A single hand, a slow pull, the weight of fabric yielding to rope and wheel. No mechanism groaned, no hinge creaked. The motion was light because it had been made to be so. The pulleys do not spin freely now. They are held in place by the quiet pressure of centuries, not locked, but settled. Their surfaces have absorbed the oils from countless fingers, and the wood around them has darkened just slightly where they turned. You imagine how the cords would have felt against the palm, not rough, not slick, but textured with age, the same texture as old paper left in a drawer too long to remember. The room holds its breath around you, not because it is empty, but because it remembers what filled it. The bed does not need you to move it. It does not need you to speak to it. It only needs the quiet that has always lived beside it, the kind of silence that settles into wood like dust and becomes part of its structure. You do not reach for anything. You only let your breathing slow until it matches the stillness of the cords, the patience of the pulleys, the deep calm of the fabric folded just so against the carved edge of the cornice. The blue blooms do not fade further. The wood does not creak. The ropes do not unravel. They wait, and you are here with them. The ropes lie where they were left, slack now, but still shaped by the last hand that held them. Their fibers are neither frayed nor taut, only resting, as if they remember how to move without needing to. You trace their path in your mind, from the lowest ring near the foot of the bed, rising gently along the curve of the curtain's edge, threading through each small iron pulley with a whisper of friction, long worn smooth. There is no knot at the end, no tassel, just a soft termination tucked beneath the side cornice where wood meets wall, a place unseen unless you were looking for it, and even then, only by accident. The fabric of the curtains does not cling to itself when lowered. It falls in slow, even folds, as if gravity had learned its rhythm from the wood beneath. Each fold is shallow, never deep enough to trap shadow, never thin enough to let light through. You imagine how it would have felt against your wrist in the dark, not heavy, but substantial, like a cloth that had been washed many times and still held its shape, because it was meant to be used, not preserved. The pulleys do not turn when you breathe near them. They do not creak with the shift of air, but if you could press your palm flat against the carved side cornice, just above where the rope disappears, you might feel, faintly, the vibration of all the times it was pulled. Not a sound, but a memory in the grain. The birch has softened over time, not from rot or damp, but from being touched. It is not polished, it does not shine, but its surface has lost its sharpness, as if each finger that brushed it over the years wore away the edges of its own impatience. You do not imagine who pulled the cords first. You only know that the motion was always slow, never jerking, never hurried. The curtains did not snap into place. They settled like breath held and then released. Even in winter, when the air was sharp enough to make a body flinch, the pulling was deliberate. The ropes were never yanked. They were coaxed. And when they reached the top, the fabric folded into itself with quiet dignity, not gathered, not pinned, but allowed to rest as it had been designed. The headpiece's nail holes are still there, aligned in pairs. Each pair spaced just far enough apart for a hand to slip between them without tugging. You do not know if the cloth that hung there was white or pale blue, or if it bore any pattern at all, but you know its weight must have been light, enough to drape without sagging, thick enough to hold warmth without stifling. It did not flutter when a door opened. It did not cling to the bedposts. It simply hung, patient and still, as if it had always belonged there. The cornices are not straight. They curve slightly where they meet the headpiece, not because they were poorly made, but because wood remembers how it grew. The pine bends with time, and the birch yields just enough to keep from cracking. You can feel this in your imagination, the way the wood breathes slowly, imperceptibly, as if it were sleeping too. The rings are not round. They are slightly oval, shaped by the pull of the rope over decades. The metal has thinned where the twine passed through most often, not worn thin enough to break, but softened into a shape that fits only one kind of motion. You do not know how many hands moved them, but you feel in your stillness the quiet certainty that each one pulled with care. The fabric on the cornices does not cling to the wood. It rests upon it, held by glue long since dried and brittle as old honey. The blue blooms are faded, but not gone. Their petals are still whole, their stems still curved in the same rhythm they were cut from the dye block so many years ago. You do not know how the pattern was pressed onto the cloth, only that it was done with patience, with a steady hand and time enough to wait for the color to settle. There is no sound when you imagine lifting the curtains now. No rustle, no whisper of fabric against wood. Only the slow return of stillness after movement has ended. And even that you do not hear. You only feel it in your chest, as if the room itself were exhaling after holding its breath too long. The ropes lie where they are. The pulleys wait. The cornices remember how to hold warmth. And you, here, now, quiet, are simply another presence among them, neither visitor nor owner, but a stillness that fits. You do not need to move. You only need to be. And the bed, in its patient way, knows this. The ropes lie coiled just slightly, as if they had been left in a half slumber after their last use. No tangle, no slack, only the gentlest sag where gravity has found its quiet balance. You do not imagine them pulled again. You simply notice how the fibers have grown softer with time, each strand worn smooth by friction that never broke, only humbled. They do not creak when you think of them moving. They do not whisper back. Their silence is not empty. It holds the memory of motion, like a shadow holds the shape of a hand. The pulleys are small enough to fit between your thumb and forefinger, yet they turn with a certainty that suggests they were never meant to be forced. Their rims are worn in places where the twine kissed them most often, not grooved deep, not scarred, but polished into a curve that matches the arc of a single steady pull. You do not know if they turned daily or only when the season changed, but you feel how their bearings remember warmth, the kind that comes from being used, not from being kept. the fabric on the cornices does not hang straight. It dips just slightly near the center of each side piece, as though it were settling into a cradle made for it by years of lowering and raising. The blue flowers have faded to the color of twilight sky after rain, still present, still whole, but softened by light that passed through curtains long ago, then through dust, then through silence. You do not see them clearly, but you know their shape remains, as if the dye had learned how to sleep and never woke up. The wood beneath is bare in places where the fabric has curled away. Tiny cracks have formed along the grain, but they are clean, not jagged. The birch and pine hold together with a quiet stubbornness, as if they had decided long ago that to fall apart would be an act of disrespect. You do not know if anyone ever repaired them, but you sense the care in their stillness, the way each joint still holds its shape, even after so many winters. The rings are not bright. They have darkened with age, not from rust, but from being touched by fingers that never wore gloves, that never worried about tarnish. Their surfaces are dull, almost velvety to the thought of them, and where the rope passed through, they are thinner. Not broken, not bent, just worn into a shape that no longer asks for anything more than what it was given. You do not imagine how often the curtains were drawn, but you feel the rhythm in your own breath as you lie here. The slow inhale of lowering, the quiet exhale of letting go. The cords are not tied off. They hang loose, ending just above the floor. Their ends frayed but intact. Each thread a small surrender to time. The headpiece's nail holes are arranged with a rhythm that suggests no haste. 2 here, then 3 there, then 2 again, as if someone counted them out like footsteps in the dark. You do not know what cloth once hung from them, only that it must have been light enough to drift when the window opened just a crack. It did not billow. It did not cling. It simply fell as if it had been taught how to be still. You are not cold. The room is cool, but you do not need more cover. The bed remembers warmth better than you do. Its structure holds the ghost of body heat like a book holds the scent of hands that turned its pages long ago. You do not imagine who slept here first. You only feel how their stillness settled into the wood and then into the air, and now, quietly, into yours. The cornices curve as they meet the headpiece, not because the maker was careless, but because the wood remembered its origin in a tree that leaned toward the sun. The pine did not grow straight. It bent with seasons, and when it became part of this bed, it carried that memory into its new shape. You feel the curve in your spine as you lie still, the same gentle arc, the same quiet acceptance. The fabric on the side cornices is stitched where it meets the footboard. Tiny, even stitches, not decorative, but necessary. They hold the edge fast without drawing attention. No thread has come loose. The glue beneath has turned to dust over time, but the stitching remains. It does not strain, it does not pull. It simply holds. You do not hear the wind outside. You do not need to. The bed is a quiet thing, and it asks for nothing more than your presence. The pulleys wait. The ropes rest. The curtains are lowered in memory, even now. And you are here, not as a guest, not as a dreamer, but as another stillness added to the room's long silence. The ropes lie where they were last left, not coiled, not knotted, just draped over the edge of the footboard, like breath held too long before release. Their fibers have softened into something between thread and memory, each strand worn smooth by passage through metal that no longer gleams, but only remembers how to turn. You do not pull them. You do not need to. They are not waiting for motion. They are resting in the quiet of their own purpose. The pulleys, small and low, sit nestled within the carved wood as if they had grown there. No screws, no nails holding them in place. Only the weight of time pressing them deeper into the grain. You can imagine how they turned once, slowly, with a sound like silk brushing against bark, not loud enough to wake, not soft enough to be ignored. The rings still follow their path, though now they hang still, suspended just above the floor, each one slightly askew from the last, as if the curtain had settled differently every night. You do not wonder why. You only notice how the curve of their descent matches the slope of your own shoulder when you lie on your side. Gentle, inevitable, unforced. The fabric on the side cornices has faded where sunlight once touched it, blue to gray, then gray to a whisper of blue again, as if the dye had learned to hold on by letting go. The floral pattern is no longer sharp, but its presence lingers in patches. A petal here, the curve of a stem there, all softened into the weave like ink bleeding into old paper. You do not see the design clearly. You feel it, the way you might remember a song half sung by someone who has long since stopped singing. The glue that once bound the cloth to wood has turned brittle and vanished in places, leaving only the faintest shadow of its holding. Tiny ridges where the fabric clung too tightly, now empty, but still shaped like memory. The stitching holds. It does not tighten. It does not loosen. It simply exists, thread after thread, as patient as the wood beneath. The headpiece's nail holes are arranged in pairs, two close together, then a pause, then two again, as if someone had marked time by touch rather than sight. You do not know what cloth once hung there, only that it must have moved with the air when the window opened just enough to let in the night wind without letting in the cold. It did not flap. It did not snap. It settled into stillness as naturally as breath after a long sigh. The wood beneath those holes is worn thin, not from nails pulling out, but from fabric brushing against it again and again, year after year, until the surface became smoother than the rest. You can trace its texture with your mind, the same way you might remember the edge of a blanket that always curled under your chin. The foot cornice is narrower than the others, but no less careful in its making. The carving there is simpler, small loops and curves, not meant to dazzle, only to soften the line where wall meets bed. The fabric on it has curled slightly at one end, revealing a sliver of pale pine beneath, untouched by dye or glue. You do not think of repair. You think of patience, the way something can be left alone and still remain whole. The pulley here is smaller than the others, almost childlike in its size, as if it had been made for lighter curtains, or perhaps for shorter hands that learn to pull without needing strength. You are not cold. The room does not ask you to be warm. It only asks you to stay. And so you do, not because you must, but because the bed has become a place where motion feels unnecessary. The ropes rest. The rings wait. The fabric holds its shape, even when no one is beneath it. You think of how many nights passed before this moment, how many times these curtains were lowered, not with ceremony, but with quiet habit, as natural as closing your eyes. You do not know if the person who last drew them did so slowly or quickly. You only know that they did it without thought, and now their absence is no longer a loss. It is part of the silence. The birch has darkened in places where moisture settled after rain long ago. Tiny smudges of color along the joints, like ink spilled and forgotten. The pine remains pale, but not bright, not white, not yellow. Just the color of light that has passed through glass and lost its sharpness. You do not think about when it was cut. You only feel how it remembers being a tree, how each knot, each grain carries the echo of seasons that no longer exist. You are still. The bed does not move, but something inside you moves with it, not in response to sound or touch, but because the quiet has become too deep to resist. The ropes do not tug. The pulleys do not creak. The fabric does not shift. And yet, you feel it, a slow settling, like snow falling onto still water, so gently that you are not sure whether it landed or whether you simply stopped noticing the space where it might have been. You breathe again and again. Each inhale is answered by the wood's silence. Each exhale is absorbed into its shape. There is no need to dream. There is only this: the curve of the cornice, the weight of the rope, the memory of fabric that once moved and now does not, but still remembers how. The night does not hurry. The bed does not ask you to stay, but it holds space for you anyway. Quietly, patiently, as if it had always known you would come here. The ropes lie slack against the floorboards, their fibers softened by time into something closer to down than thread. Each strand worn smooth where fingers once brushed over them, not in haste, but in the slow rhythm of evening ritual. You do not trace them with your hand, yet you feel their path as if it were drawn on skin. From the foot cornice up through the smallest pulley, then across to the side, where the cord bends gently around another wheel, its brass cord dulled by dust and air, never polished, only endured. The tension is gone now, but the memory of it remains, not in stiffness, but in the way the fabric still holds a faint arc, as though pulled once too many times into that same curve, over and over, until the cloth itself learned to remember how to rise. The curtains do not hang straight. They pull slightly where they meet the bed's edge, the weight of their own weave pulling them downward in places the nails no longer hold quite as firmly. You can imagine the slow sag, how the fabric, heavy with years of breath and warmth, began to settle into its own gravity, like a leaf that has fallen but still clings to the branch by a single vein. There is no sound when they move now, no whisper of cotton against wood, only the quietest suggestion of motion in their fold, as if they are dreaming of being lifted again. The pulley on the left side bears a faint mark near its rim, a tiny chip, barely visible unless you know where to look. It does not affect the turn. It does not catch. But it is there, like a scar that never healed, only blended into the whole. You do not wonder how it happened. You only sense that someone once turned it with more force than needed. Perhaps in haste, perhaps by accident. In that moment, passed without complaint, without repair, without remark. The wood absorbed the shock, the rope adjusted, the system continued. The cornice at your right hand has a small gap between its carved edge and the fabric seam, a sliver of pine, visible only from below, where light would have touched it long ago, before the curtains were drawn. It is not a flaw. It is an opening, a breath. And you think how even in something built to contain, to shelter, to enclose, there remains this tiny allowance for air, for space, for the quiet escape of something too gentle to be trapped. The rings along the curtain's back edge are not all aligned. One is slightly higher than the others, as if it had been re-nailed after coming loose. The thread that passed through it has frayed at the tip, but never broken. You do not know whether this was done by hand or by habit, whether someone reached up in the dark and felt for the right loop without seeing it, or whether they simply tied a knot where it would hold and left it there. The rope still runs through all of them, still finds its way. The fabric on the side cornices has faded unevenly, not from sunlight, but from touch, where fingers brushed against it as curtains were drawn. The blue is lighter now, almost gray in patches, like the memory of a color rather than the thing itself. The floral pattern still lingers, petals blurred into suggestion, stems bent by repetition, but no longer sharp enough to name. You do not need to know what flower it was. You only feel how its shape was held close, again and again, until its design became less image and more feeling. The headpiece's nail holes form a curve, not straight, not measured, but soft, like the outline of a shoulder resting against pillows. The cloth that once hung there would have draped just so, pooling at the top, gathering slightly where it met the cornice, falling into folds that never quite repeated themselves. There is no trace left of its color or weight. Only the pattern of holes remains, each one a silent anchor point for something that has vanished, yet still holds space in the air above. The joints between the four upper pieces are not perfect. The mortise has worn slightly wider where the tenon turned with the seasons. You can feel it in your mind, the way wood expands and contracts, not with protest, but with patience, like a body learning to breathe through change. The glue that once held them is gone now, long since dissolved by damp or time, but the wood remembers its shape. It holds anyway. You are not cold. The room does not ask you to be warm, but here, beneath this frame of birch and pine, with its quiet pulleys and its faded fabric, there is a kind of warmth that does not come from fire or blanket or body heat alone. It comes from stillness that has been lived in, from movement that was once needed, then gently abandoned, then quietly honored. The ropes do not move. The curtains do not stir, but you feel the echo of their motion, not as memory, but as presence, as if the bed, in its silence, is still performing its oldest task, holding space for rest, even when no one is there to need it. You breathe, and the wood breathes with you. The ropes lie still where they were last left, coiled just slightly at the foot of the bed, resting against the bare plank floor as though they had forgotten how to move. Their texture is neither smooth nor rough, but somewhere in between, a softness worn into the fibers by countless passes through pulley grooves, each turn smoothing a tiny knot, each pull thinning the twist just enough that now, when you imagine your fingers tracing them, you feel not thread, but breath made tangible. There are no knots tied at the ends, no tassels, no weights, just the frayed ends, slightly curled, as if they had been released slowly, deliberately, and then left to settle on their own. You think of how often this must have happened, not with urgency, not in haste, but with the rhythm of a habit grown quiet over years. A hand reaching out after dusk, fingers finding the cord without looking, pulling it just enough to let the fabric begin its slow descent. Not all at once, not in a rush, just enough to make room for darkness. The pulleys themselves are small, no larger than your thumb's knuckle, and made of turned maple, so light that you wonder if they ever needed more than the weight of the curtain itself to turn. No metal bearings, no oil, only wood on wood, and the slow, silent spin of grain against grain. smoothed by time into something like surrender. There is no shine left on their surfaces, only a dull, even patina, as though the air itself had polished them over decades. The fabric on the foot cornice is narrower than the others, not because it was cut smaller, but because there was less need for it. The head and sides held the full weight of enclosure. The foot only needed to hint at it. A suggestion, a trailing edge. And still, it too bears the same blue floral pattern, though here, the colors are even more worn, as though the fabric had been touched by feet before bed, or brushed by a nightgown's hem as someone stepped away from the mattress. The flowers there are nearly dissolved into the weave, their outlines softened beyond recognition, not lost, but transformed. You imagine how it must have looked in daylight. The curtains raised high, gathered gently around the pulleys like folded wings, the blue fabric catching what light came through the window, softening it, diffusing it, turning morning sun into something gentle enough to wake to. The cornices would have glowed faintly then, their carved patterns casting lace-like shadows across the sheets. The walls, the ceiling above. There is no sign of tacks or nails holding the fabric to the foot cornice. Only a seam, barely visible now, where the edge was folded and pressed flat against the wood. No glue remains there either, only the memory of pressure. The slow press of a hand smoothing down fabric before it dried, before the air took hold. The headpiece's nail holes continue their gentle curve, not following any rule of symmetry, but bending as if shaped by the weight of cloth and the shape of someone lying still beneath it. You wonder how many nights passed before that curve settled into place. How many times a hand reached up to adjust the drape, or how often the cloth sagged just slightly, needing only a small tug to lift again. The cords are tied now, not to anything, not to anyone, but they remember their purpose. Their length is exact, enough to reach from cornice to floor and back again, with slack left for folding. Not too long, not too short, just right. And you feel how this precision was never measured with a ruler, but learned by hand, by the same fingers that tied shoelaces, that fastened aprons, that tucked blankets into corners. The air around the bed is cool now, not cold, not sharp, but quiet with stillness. The wood does not creak, the ropes do not shift, but you sense deep in your bones the echo of motion. The slow descent of fabric, the whisper of rings sliding along thread, the almost silent click as a pulley turned for the 100th time. You are not sleeping yet, not fully, but you are no longer trying. The bed does not ask you to be still. It simply holds space, patiently, quietly, for whatever weight you bring to it, and in that holding, there is no demand, no expectation, only the quiet certainty of something made to endure, not because it was meant to last forever, but because it was made with care enough to let